Say good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Annette's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just waking up. She's wanted to say hi to everybody for a few minutes before she starts her day. So, first off, we want to thank Peggy for being such an awesome moderator, and Lindsay, and welcome to the chat. So, we're gonna wait till. Oh, here comes Joy. Come on in.
I'm jumping in the bath.
Yeah, here's Joy.
I'm sorry. Guys, I'm just jumping in the bath. But I just wanted to let him know that Buddy was out of his cage. So
Oh, I didn't know.
So just be careful if you go back.
Okay, thank you.
He don't want to go in the cage.
Okay, thank you.
You guys enjoy yourselves.
Okay, thank you. So how's everybody doing this morning? It's Monday morning. We're here in Las Vegas, and that is just getting up, and it's about the time she wakes up every day. And we start our day, and you know, we kind of wait till a few people kind of get in the room here. Yeah.
It's early in the morning.
Yeah, it's very early in the morning. It's 2:30 in the morning in Las Vegas. So, thank you guys for coming in the room as we kind of get things going here. This is Annette. Annette is my sister, for those of you who don't know, and she lives in Las Vegas, and she's here to answer some of your questions you guys have today. So, we'll kind of hang out. Joy's taking a bath today. But wow, were you guys on the call yesterday with Gloria? That was what an informative call. That was the longest I've ever spoken to my mom in like years. I mean, sit down and Annette talks to mom a lot. You talk to mom a lot. But that was the longest I've ever spoken to my mom in years. So that was great. So we had the opportunity to, kind of find out what she was saying. And some of the things that she said were enlightening. Like, she's completely unaware of what was going on. Who we have here? Good morning. Good morning, Twinkie. Good morning. What does that say? Can't see. Hey. Hi, Alicia. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah. So, I think that what's happened today, Gloria mentioned, Joy said that we were up cleaning and Gloria was up. She's helping with putting she's, realizes that our family, is now on social media and that we're out there and that all the stuff that she's been doing, with the money and the gambling and stuff, everybody's kind of aware of it. So she's like, oh gosh, and kind of like, realizing, she realizes, okay, one thing is that she did was, the house was always messy, but then when we would have a party or people over, that's the only time it would get cleaned. And growing up, we had lots of parties, so it would get clean, be messy all week, and then we get cleaned up by Thursday and Friday, and everything would just get put in the closet. And so that's kind of how that was growing up. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had, so we spent, my mom and dad spent a lot of time going to discotheques in the 1970s. You remember discotheques? That's what they called them, discotheque. And there was a place called Earthquake Ethel's in Beaverton, Oregon. I doubt it's still there. But that was the hot spot that they would go, and they played all the disco. And that's just kind of how it was done back then. They left me and Annette alone a lot together. So we bonded. But often, they didn't want to pay for babysitters. I mean, I don't even think that's allowed anymore. I don't think you can just go to a bar and leave your two kids at home without a babysitter. And I mean, if anything were to happen, I think that the parents would get in trouble. I don't know. I don't know the laws these days, but I know that some of the stuff that they did back then in the 70s weren't quite quite copacetic with everybody. But anyway, so Gloria really enjoyed the talk yesterday. She wants to do it again, and sending love. Thank you so much. And yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Not really wrong.
Nothing really wrong. Yeah, we all love each other. Yeah. So, anyways, so today, so that really kind of pumped her up. She's enjoying the community, like realizing that people are out there, because she was, and that's one of the things too, is like a lot of people as they get older, I think around here I see a lot of lonely people. And they're not on social media because, they're my mom's gen, And I think moving forward, we're going to see, hi, how are you guys doing today? Alicia, how are you doing today?
Good.
Good. How are you, Alicia? Sending love. That's awesome.
Right.
Yeah, we're just kind of waking up, you know, and I don't know why. Why do you wake up so early, do you think?
I just work.
Yeah, she wakes up, she wants to work. She's always been working, you know. Annette is what you call an overachiever.
Right.
Yeah, she was a straight A student in high school at a private school, St. Mary's Academy in Portland, and she went on to graduate from Boston University.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my mom actually was with her when she graduated the very last year. She took 5 years, but she still managed to do it. Huh. I'm good. It's great to hear you're doing good. Yeah, it is, and it's great. Thank you so much for the support, you guys. It's really, like I said, you know, putting the show on social media has really raised awareness of my mom. Like she was kind of like living in this like little bubble, like this little isolated bubble, and now she's not. Now she realized, oh shit, I have people coming over basically every day, and so I have to keep the house clean. Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, if you guys you notice that she don't remember that the house was even messy before we got here, and she don't remember that the house was in foreclosure. It's like, oh, it was? I said, yeah, that's why we're here. We came here because we were helping you pay the bills. and then we started documenting everything. You know, we originally wanted to put it on a show called Hoarders. I don't know if you ever heard that show, but I thought Hoarders would be very interested because this would be a perfect task for them. But then it seemed like it was more than just Hoarders, so it might seem like something for Dr. Phil. So we wrote up all these videos and did stuff for Dr. Phil. And, you know, of course, you know, probably a million people do that. So it's not that they didn't find us interesting, they probably just skimmed over it. But now with your support and everything, maybe we could get on Dr. Phil. Wouldn't that be fun if we got Gloria, me, and Joy, and Annette on Dr. Phil to talk about the stuff that's been going on? You know? Would that be fun?
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, that'd be fun, huh? I think, and Gloria, by the way, loves Dr. Phil. She loves Oprah and Dr. Phil. She loves watching TV. One of her favorite things to do. In fact, I think it's like, besides going to the gym, Gloria's only other hobby is watching TV. And this isn't a bash, Gloria. We're just kind of open. What's up, babe? Oh, geez, yeah, absolutely. Here, you read these comments for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, just read them and read them out loud.
Okay.
I got you help Joy. I'll be right back.
Ah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. Right. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. I don't know about 2 in the morning. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
Did they say, you got any good questions? This is what they said. You guys are. Let me just see. It says, Charlie wants to know what time is it there? What time is it?
It's about 2. Oh, it's about 5. I'm here.
Two.
Oh, 2, yeah.
Yeah, 2:45. What's your favorite color, Annette?
Probably blue.
You look beautiful, Annette. Hey, Annette, will you play piano one day, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie. She would love to play piano again. She hasn't played in years.
But, all right.
Hello, Annette. Robin from Australia.
Mm-hmm.
You're awesome and so smart.
All right.
Oh, good. Oh, good, she says. Oh, good. I love pianos.
Yeah.
I can't play. I just love the sound, says
All
Charlie.
right.
Yeah. And that's been playing since what time, how old were you when you first started?
I don't know, about 9.
She started at 9. Can you read music?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's really good at reading music. I can play. I can't read music. It's too hard. Hello from Acapulco, Mexico. Wonderful. I love I've been there once when I was 16. That was so fun. Good morning from from Grey Cold, Yorkshire. It's 10:46 a.m. Holy cow. Man, it actually, when you live in a desert, the thought of like a foggy, cold, rainy day actually sounds very, very romantic and very, very nice way to start the day. But because we're in a desert here, so enjoy your weather's actually beautiful in Yorkshire. I'm sure it is. I mean, I personally love gray skies because you can stay outside in the sun longer. Here it's always so sunny, you can only really stay outside for so long. Alicia says Annette is so smart. She knows so much. I know. Annette has brought me and Joy and my mother together. I wasn't going to talk to them ever again. Twinkie Crutch, you have talent on that piano.
Okay.
I'd love to hear you play. It's 5:45 in Boston.
Okay.
Have you ever been to Boston?
Yeah.
Do you like Boston?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. Thank you for the up hearts, guys. Thank you for the likes. Appreciate it. Hey. I love West Virginia because we get the perfect mixture of the season. Yes. Oh gosh. Yeah. Oh, that area of the country, I love it too. We got the Smoky. Is that where the Smoky? Is that the Blue Mountains or the Smoky Mountains? I forget. Is the Blue? What is that? Blue Ridge Mountains? What is that up there in the? You guys got a beautiful mountain range. I remember. Right? Just spent some time out. Is it Smoky out there in West Virginia? Yeah. So what I had to just do right now. Good morning from Ohio.
Okay.
Hi, Ohio. You know what? I used to call. Here's a funny thing. I don't know if anybody's ever been to Cleveland, but Cleveland is like. It's almost like the Holy Land. I mean, it's just like, it's weird. You get there and it's just like, this is like the coolest town. I mean, who knew Cleveland? I mean, it was just so cool. I don't know why I just thought it was the news town. I guess I thought it because you don't really hear much about Cleveland. You don't hear much about Ohio. You think it's just like, it's like kind of next, it's in between Chicago and New York, or that's all you people really know. But no, man, Cleveland is cool. It's like, it's a little paradise down there. Appalachian Mountains, that's right. Thank you. Southern West Appalachian Mountains, beautiful, beautiful. I had a chance. My dad, as Joy told you, had a well, he did a national restaurant corporation, which he was a CFO, but it led him to come up with the solution that she talked about was this integrated credit card machine because they didn't have those in the 90s. And what that means is that he invented this thing, and then we had to go install them on all these restaurants all over the United States. So me and Annette worked for the company, everybody did. And so I'd fly around and I'd go to all these different places. So that's why when I say Cleveland and I say Appalachian Mountains, I got that all because of that company. I'd go out there to these tiny little restaurants and install their credit card terminals for the family. Richard, you have cool hair. Thank you, Alicia. That's very nice. Hello, Annette from Kansas City, Missouri. Yep. Kansas City. What do they make there?
I don't know.
I think Kansas City is famous for blues and ribs. How many hours do you sleep? You're always online. Well, honestly, this is something we've been doing for years. Like we've always been doing social media, and since about 2016, we started periscoping. And Joy, as you guys know, is absolutely just loves it. It's a natural. And we moved up, and we got so crazy. In 2017, we took the whole Periscope and the whole channel up to the caves of Fort Apache, and she would just blog. We just sit up there and literally blog for hours and hours and hours. We lived in a cave, so we had nothing to do except cave stuff and just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And we were at the top of the mountains. We had great reception, and everybody was like, "How are you doing this?" And it was because Periscope was brand new. No one knew you could do live streaming yet. I mean, you did. I mean, some people did, but the majority of people didn't. And I saw that. I was like, you can live stream from an iPhone anywhere. I was like, man, we got to take this somewhere. We got to do something. And that's what we did. And we did that. And we got we had quite a big following there. But then Periscope came down. They sold Periscope to Twitter. And then it just kind of basically disappeared. It just wasn't the same. Love you, Annette. Hi from Florida. Oh, hello, Florida. We love Florida. How many hours of sleep? Yeah. And we also have odd hours too. And I don't know. Yeah, we're very strange. Yeah. Annette, you're a star playing music. They want you to play music again. They want you to play the
Okay.
piano. Do you think you do
Yeah.
that? Yeah. So I had to go help Joy. She's in the bathroom. Our shower is funny. I'm the only one. I am the only one who knows how to what do you call?
Turn it on.
Yeah, to turn it on, get the temperature right because it's broken slightly. So I'm not sure why, but you can it only turns hot to the left when you push it in. It only turns cold when you pull it out. So as you're pulling it, you gotta turn it, and if you push it, you gotta turn it the other way. But it's only like you gotta push for the cold and pull for the. So it's this really weird. I don't understand it at all. I don't understand why the way I do it even works. I have no idea how I fixed it. But it's a temporary fix because when we got here, these poor ladies didn't have any showers. They're showering at the club until their HOA cut them off, and then they couldn't go there anymore. And I don't know what they were doing. So and Gloria was just like didn't even mention any of this to us. Like, oh, I called a plumber and I said, what did you do? Oh, he didn't do anything. Anyways, it's just kind of fun around here. You go, what do these guys say? What does this one say? I can't see it. Oh my God, hold on. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Good. It says, Cecilia says, I was about to ask what hours y'all sleep, and y'all were on. I went to bed, and now 6 a.m. I'm getting up. My girls are getting ready for school. I know. It's a, you know, I don't know. It's just one of those things that we have adapted to the I guess the form of art that this is, and adapted to the technology. And for us, it's just kind of a natural thing. It's like it's weird when the cameras aren't rolling in here. And at first, I was just running around with the iPhone, filming everything, filming everybody, and everybody's kind of getting a little annoyed. Especially when I hear someone fighting, when I hear Joy and Gloria fighting in the other room, I run out there with my camera. And I mean, it was pretty crazy crazy times. But now things, as you guys can see, are much more settled. So most of the stuff I'll be posting, if you want to see how we got here, probably just be for more like how, what a drastic change from the way we were a year ago to where we are today. And you look at it, if you look at just the first part of everybody yelling, everybody fighting, it looks like there's no hope. I remember posting this on Twitter a year ago, and people said, you guys just got to burn that house down and get out of here. And he said, well, we can't do that. That's where my sister and Gloria live. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's not good advice. Where are they going to go? Seagull Suites? I mean, Joy, are you tired? Well, this is Annette.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with Joy. Joy is actually taking a bath today.
Right.
And so she's in the bathroom, in the shower, in the bath. And that's why when she said, could you come help me, I had to leave, I had to go adjust the temperature. Satori, hey guys, I'm a huge fan. Any advice on how to deal with my hemorrhoids? Come on. Well, I don't know how you know this, but I have the same issue. I say just write it out, man. It'll be fine. Hey guys, Annette is, yeah, this is Annette, not Joy. Thank you. So yeah, and by the way, Peggy and Lindsay are moderators and they're great. But as you guys know, Peggy will be needing more moderators because of the hours that Joy and I work. There's no way 2 moderators could even keep up with us. So if you're interested in being a moderator, send a message to Peggy. And when she comes on, just say, hey Peggy, I'd like to be a moderator, and then you guys deal with how you want to exchange your information. And then she'll tell me or tell Joy, and then Joy will tell me, and I'll add it to the. I'm kind of the tech guy here, so I'll add it to the. I'll add you as the moderators. Me and Joy have the same birthday. By the way, that's so cool. That means that your birthday is 2 days away from my birthday, and it's only 1 week away from Gloria's birthday. That's right. All 3 of our birthdays are in March. I mean, what are the chances? Morning, guys. Okay, watching here. Me and Joy, yeah. I'd be a mod. Okay, hi, Zoo. Great, that'd be awesome. Yeah, we just like to encourage a lot of, we realize and that, I mean, if you agree with everything that we do and everything, then that would be very cool, but it'd be very weird because everyone has biased opinions. So at the end of the day, I think the core is that we all love Annette. But,
Right.
Our own personal opinions or the way we go about things, those might be different. But what brings people together is that we realize, you know what? I really don't care who that dude's voting for. That dude's a good person because they care for another person. With their politics aside, who cares, right? And so that's where I want to get to in life, where we're all kind of like, you know, who really cares what that person eats for dinner? The point is that we're all really good people. I'm sleepy too, Annette. She's sleepy. She's just kind of waking up. She's kind of getting used to this whole lifestyle. It's kind of new, huh?
It's alright.
It's all right, huh?
Yeah.
Not bad. It's a job.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you like the job?
I like it.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, this is Annette's job. So we started this out as the Healthy Weight Force. What?
I work at American government.
Yeah, she works for the American government.
Yeah.
So this becomes an asset to that. Yeah. So she does lots of things. Lots of things.
Yeah.
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 Hi, love from Australia. I love bulldogs. Story Gareth. Exactly. What time is where we are? It is almost 3 a.m. Gareth, are they related? This is my sister. I work at a nursing home and I see so many cases of people being mistreated or abused, but they don't have people like y'all to step in to help.
All right.
That is nice. I know. And honestly, I mean, Joy is the one who really kind of opened my eyes. And you saw her with Gloria and how she had to get through her. Well, she was the same way with me, but it took her 10 years like to be like, no. And then she was like she said, she was the one who discovered that the house was in foreclosure. She was the one that discovered that all these, like, it wasn't just the banks that were coming after her. It was all these little HOAs and the trash companies all had liens on the house that were gonna bring it down. And so she was the one that went through all this stuff because it was hard because I didn't think to take video because it was anything I was shooting video, I was trying not to shoot the house. I was trying to somehow crop it out because it's so embarrassing. But I should have, but it was just, if you can imagine a room full of, like, you know those big moving boxes? Like at least 6 to 8 boxes full of unopened mail. I mean, my dad had a couple businesses, so mail would come. So imagine all that mail that she had to go through. And I'm like, I was like, Joy, you're crazy. I mean, and then and I asked her, she didn't say anything, and she found out that they were about ready to put the house on auction in about 30 days. and these two had no idea. I'm like, Gloria, you know, there's some things you can like overlook, but you know, while you're sitting here watching TV, maybe go through your mail once in a while. Well, I only laugh now because it's after the fact, and if you ever meet Gloria, you realize that she's not like, you know, I mean, she's such a good person, and it's like, you're like, why did you kind of feel bad for her? Like, why didn't you pay your rent mortgage? Oh, because it automatically came out, and then when there was no money in there, they just stopped taking the mortgage. Why wasn't there any money in there? I don't know. Maybe because I was spending it. Yeah. And this is not embarrassing. This is fun stuff. Don't be embarrassed. I think she gets a little embarrassed.
No?
No. Okay. I want to make sure. I have to kind of read my sister a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, because sometimes she doesn't tell us exactly how she's feeling. All right. Charlie would like to know what our Memorial Day plans are. You know, honestly, you know, we just take care of these two, so we don't have much. Also, we don't have any money. So Memorial Day plans will be something around here, probably hanging out with you guys. She's doing a lot better. It makes me so happy to see. We love you, Annette. We're here for you. Oh, good. She said. Annette's favorite thing to say when she's happy is, "Oh, good. Oh, good." Everyone has a story, and most are bad. Don't be embarrassed, Annette. You wouldn't believe my story of growing up and the abuse and all. Yeah. It's all been very, very, very tough. Very tough. And when you know, without getting, hi Rachel it's Rachel from the UK. She loves us. Hey, she loves us. Yay! Oh good. Oh good. You know, Annette has actually been to London. Yeah, she went there. It's very funny. It's very poignant because she actually had this intuition. She was very, very concerned, and she thought it was just a really bad idea for Prince William to marry.
That was a good idea.
You thought it was a good idea?
Yeah.
But you didn't like Kate Middleton back then.
I like Kate Middleton.
You like her now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I always like Kate Middleton.
You've always liked Kate? Yeah. Okay. Well, okay, never mind that. I might have had that wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. I love you all.
All right.
Well, what's something positive that we're going to do today? Well, how about this? How about spread the love? She had a crush on William, right? Did you ever have a crush on William?
No.
No, she did not. Just don't embarrass her now. What's Annette's favorite TV show?
I don't have one. Yeah.
What do you usually like to watch?
I watch TV, like CNN.
She likes CNN. She actually watches 24/7 news. So if you have any questions about what's going on in the world, this is one to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she just is filled with knowledge.
Fact.
Change the batteries in those smoke alarms. First, safety first. Man, you know what? Tell you what. The problem is, the one smoke alarm that we have is about 40 feet in the air. And we only have a standard ladder. You need one of those special... You need one of those double ladders to get to this. I'm not kidding. I'll show you where it is. It's like in the top of the ceiling. I don't know. I mean, the most ridiculous place to put a smoke detector because... I mean, you would need to put a ladder next to it on the wall because it's like you need to get one of those like fireman ladders, you know, to go through the windows. Annette, what do you think of Meghan? Meghan Markle.
Meghan good. Yeah.
Meghan, like Harry? What
Yeah.
about Harry? Harry's a nice
Harry
kid?
good.
Yeah, Harry. Ooh, the new portrait is... I know. Oh, of Charles? Yeah, that's so weird. I kind of think actually it's cool. I just don't know much about King Charles.
Yeah.
Do you know much about King Charles?
No, not really.
Not really. I don't know much about him. I don't. But it appears to be that he views himself as a very, very fierce, powerful. You know, I don't know. That's just it's like from what I get Prince Charles is kind of like just a normal dude. I don't get the sense that he's this, you know, Alexander the Great type of guy. Please, no negativity. Okay, yeah, don't make me go in there and start moderating you guys. The exploitation of Annette featuring the debasing of glory narrated by two sketchy, disingenuous people. Oh, what do you think about that?
Oh.
No. What do you think about it? He said, it's funny, he's complaining about us doing something negative as he's being negative. Franny, you see that Annette doesn't feel like chatting. Let her do what she wants. Be careful of explaining. Do you feel like chatting?
I'm all right.
Do you want to do something? Want us to go? Want to go do something else?
No, it's up to you.
It's up to you guys. So, Franny, don't just jump in and assume because Annette will tell you what she's feeling. If she doesn't want, trust me, if Annette doesn't want to be here, she will get up and walk away. She has no problem doing that. Annette does not care about social graces whatsoever. And she doesn't care about numbers, doesn't care about the channel. She'll walk up if she doesn't want to. She's not chained. As you can see, she has no handcuffs on. She can free to go. So there's nobody forcing her to be here. She wants to be here. This makes her feel better. So I'd really appreciate it if you guys would, instead of criticizing the methodology that we're doing here, try to embrace it and encourage Annette and stop criticizing her and suggesting that her own family would exploit her. Because the only people that think like that are you. I would never think to do that. I would never do that in a million years. Only you would do that. So when I hear someone say, that's what we're doing, I hear what you would do. Because what we're doing here, and you can go back and watch the videos, and if you tell me what things have gotten better or worse, and if you can honestly say they've gotten worse, then I will sign up to your channel and watch your channel. But I can tell you right now, 100%, and I'm not a genius, but I can tell the difference between better and worse. So when you come on here, and you start saying things, and you insult me, and accuse me of being greedy, accuse her of being greedy. You can accuse me of being greedy. I'll take that, okay? I come from a very wealthy family. But that one, Joy is a servant. So when you say she's exploiting your money, are you kidding? We're barely surviving here. I mean, you guys are watching because hopefully you get a few bucks in here and maybe we can maybe move out of here. Who knows? But ideally, we can at least get some things changed here. So I really appreciate the support. But this whole idea that, oh, we're doing this to make... You know what? This came on. We were trying to talk about healthy things. Joy wants to talk about nutrition. Joy wants to get people off caffeine. But do you know how many views we got on that? 12. And you can go back and watch it. You can watch our views when it's like oh, you get 15 views, you talk about health and nutrition, 15 views, boom. Talk about, you know, Gloria and Joy fighting, you know, 300,000 views. So it became very clear to us that the interest was in what we're doing here as a family, and you guys weren't really interested in us telling you what to eat. And I don't blame you. I would hate it. I would not watch a channel telling me that how great, telling me I just wouldn't do it. And so I get it now. At the time, I was like, man, it seems like someday that maybe these people will find this very interesting. So, yeah, don't feed the trolls. Are you kidding? Trolls are my favorite because my mom's a troll. So I have no problem with it. My mom is very, very critical. Very, very critical. I mean, what did she say? I mean, basically, I don't want to insult because Annette loves Gloria.
Yeah.
She thinks she's a great mom.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I have more criticisms than Annette. And Annette doesn't like when I criticize Gloria. So. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. Annette, what's your favorite color?
Blue.
Blue. Huh. Don't listen to those mongrels out there. The old saying goes, misery loves company. Whoever said that, shame on you. That's probably what you've done in your life. Yeah. Often what, and I've been there because I've been a person who, when I would watch a video or watch a post, for some reason I always take the negative, like the critic, my brain just went to the critical side of it. And it was because I was angry. I was sad. So that's why when you say don't feed the trolls, I realize when you're coming in here to say that what we're doing is so awful, because it's really because they're trying to, everything looks awful to them. They can't see something good. They can't see someone doing something good. They can't see people being good. They only see what the people doing good. But man, look at those shoes. Those shoes came from China. Okay, dude, but you kind of missed the whole yeah, but he's wearing shoes from China. Okay, great. That's pretty much what the trolls do. They look for they cannot see good in the world.
Troll.
Who's not a troll?
Troll? No, we're not trolls.
Oh no, not us.
Okay.
No, we're talking about on here.
Okay.
Oh, she thought you guys were calling her a troll. No, we're
not a troll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trolls, but a troll on this world, in the online world, means, when you go fishing,
Yeah.
you go trolling,
Yeah.
you go trolling for someone to get a response because you're so lonely, that's a troll. They're trolling for a reaction. So, and then, ironically, then there's the word of the troll who sits on the bridge and is just like this mean little guy, okay? Kind of fits together. So they became called the troll. That's right. I did social media way before there was even social media, guys. I was a software guy. Okay. Annette, are you ready for a cigarette?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll get you one.
Thanks. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Here's your ashtray. What's the next question say? What is read out
I
loud?
didn't talk about cigarette. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You tell the truth. Yeah. I love you. I love you too. Yeah. Yeah. Cigarette. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Water. Yeah. Yeah, right. Good.
That's cool.
Good. Oh,
See, we all need a smoke break once in a while.
yeah.
What's the one place in the world you'd like to travel to? Nicole wants to know.
Um,
Do you want to travel?
Yeah, I travel.
Yeah, would you like to go somewhere?
Yeah, I mean,
I like your necklace. Cute necklace, Annette. Is she all right?
yeah.
Yeah. Are you all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really nice thing to say about someone who's gone through a lot there, Leviathan. I'm sure God will really appreciate that comment when he reads it, when he sees you in heaven. Pearls came from the crabs. Hello, beautiful lady. You look so good. Blessings to you all. Just got rid of another troll.
I know.
People are so sick and nasty. I know. You know, sometimes it's like, and if you think that it's bad here, if you can imagine what sort of stuff you experience on the street, you know, in person. I mean, it's just as bad. He was already seen in heaven, bro. Amazing turnaround. Forget the haters. Such great progress since the beginning. Yeah, I agree. I know. I feel blessed. I feel lucky. I mean, because who knows? I mean, this could have gone many different ways. Thank you. Thank you so much, friend. I'm rewarding people as well. That'd be fun. Let's send the cops back over here again so they can be embarrassed. Go back. I mean, you guys have already swatted us once, and it was very embarrassing for everybody, and it scared my mom. I mean, she almost had a heart attack. Fortunately, my sister was asleep. The cops just felt like they had to do their goddamn job, and I was pissed off at whoever called, and of course it came out of the cops, and they could tell I was not pleased with them, and they just felt embarrassed that they were there. That's all that happens there. So when you keep wasting resources, you know, maybe spend your time trying to do something helpful for people. Yeah, see, yeah, Joy ignores the trolls, but you know what? These are the way I look at it is that trolls are just uneducated people that need to be educated, because the things that they say are the same things about this subject, are the same things that I said 10 years ago before I truly understand even my own sister. So I empathize with their ignorance, and I want to bring them into enlightenment, because once you see that, you're like, holy shit, instead of going around the world and just never seeing anything good and only seeing, you see the best thing in the world and all you see is the guy's shoes are from China, and you complain about that. Going through life and never seeing anything good is going to be a miserable way. So enlightenment allows a person to say, holy cow, there is good even in a bunny being fed a carrot. Actually, not carrots. I found out carrots are bad for bunnies. But the outdoor carrots love them. The outdoor bunnies love them because it's a lot of high sugar, but they're a lot more active than our indoor carrot. Heart. Thank you. And thank you for that part. The thumbs, you know, I'm not a guy who asks for thumbs, but if you like the video, if you're here, give it a thumbs up, because it just kind of lets me know. I'm just kind of a person, it's like, Annette and I are both overachievers. And I'm a person, when I did a test, if I got 100%, I wanted to know why they didn't give me 102%, because I got the extra credit right too. So it should be 100. And you always explain, no, 100% math. No, because I got extra credit. So you have to add that on. It's extra. And there would be an argument every test, I swear. And so when you don't hit the thumbs up, what happens is all the haters that come in here, and there's a lot more of them, because as soon as you block them, they make another account. They give it a thumbs down. So then when I go look at my report card after we do this, it says like, you got a 50% or 40% thumbs up. And I'm like, I mean, I know that's not true, but it's just like, you know, it just kind of, this looks nasty on my report card for a guy who likes 100%. I like 102%. I strive for 102%. Which is part of the problem that Joy was trying to teach me, is that I don't have to win everything. And I don't have to compete with everybody. And I don't have to have everything, you know? I don't have to be the winner. And that was the first thing to do, was to undo that. And now, okay, I don't have a lot of money, I don't have a lot of things, but I don't even think about those. I don't even care, because like Joy said, we could be living in a cave and her and I will be happy. And I've had lots and lots of money, and I wasn't happy. I mean, I was happy like getting the stuff, and it's fun paying your bills, but as far as like being like happy and rewarded and having a purpose. Peggy's here, good morning. Hey, Lindsay, good morning, how are you? Lindsay and Peggy are here.
Good. Oh, good.
The moderator here, thank you guys. Yeah, I was just feeding the trolls while you weren't here for a while. Okay, Jason wants to know, do you think Trump is going to be president?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't.
No. Australia. I'm reporting trolls, not to what? We needed y'all. From great. So happy you guys are helping her. Hey, Annette.
Hello.
Hello. Annette, what's your favorite song to play on the piano?
Parleys.
What is it?
Parleys.
I'm not sure I know that song.
Oh, wait.
Hi, I just watch your videos. I am so glad Annette has you. God bless you all. I am from England, UK.
Oh, wait.
Oh, good. Oh,
Yay.
good. We love England.
Oh,
I'm not gonna tell you what our last name is. My mother does, of course. Every time I knew she was going to. She can't say her. When I say introduce yourself, she can't introduce herself without saying her first and last name. She's just kind of that old school. And but our last name it actually is established in London. I'd love to go to England someday, and find our ancestors, because there's very few people in this country, in America. I mean, there's probably like 5 people with our last name. But then if you type in our last name in England, in the UK, you have hardware stores with our name on it, like billboards and stuff. Like it's a big name there. And so we're very few of those that said, we're gonna head to the United States. And I'm not sure why great grandpa decided to do that. And it sounds like my family back in England was pretty well established. They had no need to go to discover the new land, because only a few of us came over. And when we got here, we're not. They weren't Catholics. So they weren't having lots of babies. Let's put it that way. So my dad was an only child. I read though that he had a brother that died. Is that possible?
I don't think so.
I know. I was looking at. Joy was going through these census reports, and it said that my dad had a brother that died when my dad would have been 7. But my dad never told me this. He said he was only an only child. Now, of course, no one on my dad's side of the family I'm in contact with that are alive that I can call. So I can't ask. It just was something that came up on one of those census, like a census was done on the ancestry things, and it said that, oh yeah, census was done in this year, and they said that there were 4 people in your house. There was the mom, the dad, and 2 brothers. And weirdly enough, the brother's name was Robert. Okay, and why I say that's weird, because if his brother's name was Robert and died, we have a brother named Robert that also died.
No.
We don't?
No.
Robert died. You remember Robert?
Robert was born. Yeah.
Yeah, you remember Robert.
Had a heart attack.
Yeah. He had a heart attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rich, we're not doing that.
I love you, Annette.
I love you too.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you for being here. Peggy, I hope you're feeling better. Joy mentioned that you might be a little bit sick today. I hope you're doing okay. Annette, other than watching music videos, what do you like to do during the day?
I work.
She works. She goes. I drop her off at the library a lot, and she heads out and she goes to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so this is part of her new work, and it's an adjustment. That's why she's learning to incorporate it in her morning. But this is a way that she can. It's her work.
No.
What?
They think that we're trying to kill people, but we're not killing anybody.
Exactly. Exactly.
It wasn't me that's killing anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You guys are great.
No. Yeah. I mean, people know.
Charlie, we'll probably do breakfast here about 4 a.m.
Probably about 5.
About 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep it going. We love it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the parts. Thank you for everything. We really appreciate it. It really means a lot to us. I mean, as you can see, it's improving everything. Even Gloria is getting into it. Annette is looking so much better. You guys are taking great care of her.
Oh, good.
How do you feel about
I
that?
feel great.
Yeah, good. We love Annette.
Yeah, it's all right.
Annette, do you like reading?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
She loves reading. Blue-eyed siren. Hi, Annette and Rich from Scotland. Oh, cool. Joy is half Scottish.
Oh, neat.
Yes. I'm not going to tell you her maiden name, but it's a character from Star Trek.
Good.
And he was a captain. And then the other part of her last name was the founder of the Catholic Church, St. Patrick. So you guys can figure out what her last name is. See if you can. With those 2 clues. I'm sure I wonder if the Scottish guy can't. So we got a captain from Star Trek combined with the founder of the Catholic Church, St. Patrick. Do you have a favorite color? And a big hello from New Zealand. Oh man, I'd love to go. My grandmother always wanted us to go to New Zealand. She said, if you want to go anywhere, you got to take a trip to Australia and New Zealand. Not that the UK wouldn't be bad. I think she just assumed that we probably had already been there. But and hey from London. Annette, if you could travel anywhere, where would the first city you'd like to go?
I don't care. Any city.
Would you like to go to Australia?
No.
Okay. How about the UK?
No.
London? London?
No.
No? Maybe
No. None of those.
none of those. Okay. We'll keep guessing. Yeah, I think she'd love Australia. Maybe, yeah, maybe she would. We could check it out at least. Okay. Oh, geez, Charlie. You guys are pretty smart. You guys guessed your maiden name. Good job. How about Amsterdam? I've been to Amsterdam, and I absolutely love Amsterdam. Best food, best people. We have family on my, well, it's kind of like distant cousins, but my uncle is an artist. He has art in the Hague, you know what I mean? And so he works for the government. He has art in the government. And I had a bunch of his art in my storage that got stolen. I don't know if I told you guys that. But I had a bunch of his art, like big, he had these big prints and I had them for my dad and he got stolen. Anyways, yeah, we love Amsterdam. When I traveled to Europe to visit my friend in Switzerland, I was gonna do a 2-week trip. I was gonna stop in Amsterdam and cruise over and do some sightseeing. But I just stayed in Amsterdam because people I met there were so cool and I just felt like at home there. And plus everyone spoke English. I mean, at least broken English there, and it was easy to order in restaurants. So I felt pretty safe. And the big thing was that Nike had just built these basketball courts there next to the Van Gogh Museum, and so they are just kind of like just now promoting basketball there. And so I loved basketball back in the '90s, and these guys were getting into it. And so it was so cool playing sports with people from another country, especially basketball, because I was American. And so they, and here I am like, whoa, okay, the American can play some ball. So I ended up staying there my entire trip is what I'm trying to say. I never left Amsterdam. And I didn't smoke weed or drink alcohol. It wasn't about people go, oh, you probably just got stoned. No, I was very anti-drug. I was a just say no generation guy. And in fact, I didn't even drink alcohol until my 30s. Because in my head, I thought, like, I don't have time for this when I'm in my 20s. I got to get shit done. I figure the best time to drink alcohol, and if you want to do drugs or anything, would be after you've done your work. And I didn't think like after the day. I thought like, when I'm in my 30s and I got stuff settled and I've got like a nice bank account, so if things go wrong, I'm not going to be, it's like whatever. And so, but sure enough, things went wrong. I'm just kidding. But they did. But they didn't. Hi, Peggy Love. I'm here listening. Mornings are just busy over here. Hope everyone's having a great day. Hi, friend. Yes, exactly. And a lot of this stuff, too, is that, we discovered 10 years ago with the Periscope thing. Joy probably mentioned there was this woman. You guys remember Brie Olson with Charlie Sheen and all that, and that drama? Okay, before that broke the news, Brie Olson was on Periscope. I mean, she still has her accounts on Twitter and stuff. And even though she was a sex worker, she started doing this Periscope thing to, like what we're doing, kind of showing you the other side of the real life. And so it wasn't really about sex, although she does like Joy stuff where she'll do a little dance around because, she's a young woman, like Joy's a young woman, and they like birds, we all like to sing, you know what I mean? So that's the way we express ourselves. And so Brie I learned there's this weird phenomenon where we'd watch her, and then next thing you know, we'd bring her with us in the car. We'd watch her. If she was live streaming, we'd like turn it on while we were driving somewhere, because I don't know. It was just like we got this connection. So that's when I realized, wow, this is a really interesting tool, really interesting medium for people. So, I get why we're all connected here. I mean, it helped us when we were there. In fact, that led to the cave and everything else. So we all. Oh, you remember? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She had a ton. And it was really sad because she was trying to break away from the sex industry. She wanted to do something to make money that wasn't her BrieOlson.com. And you can imagine why, right? I mean, because it's like nobody respected her. I mean, she made all this money and she had no respect. So she wanted to do something on social media, but she did all this work and got all these followers, and then what happened? They said, "Oh, we're not." She did it for like a year. I mean, just like for free, and got all these things built up and everything. And then they said, "Oh, sorry, but since you're a sex worker in the past, we're not going to monetize you," even though none of her stuff was sex related. And that really just broke her heart. I think that really, and I can understand that. You know, putting that kind of work and having, I mean, it's just kind of more slap in the face, and that is weird because see, Karma got Periscope. So when you worry about businesses doing things like you know, excluding a sex worker for no reason other than what she did in the past, which is that's not valid. Periscope is gone. It's disappeared. It was one of the biggest platforms, and when they denied Brie Olson, the God said that's wrong. Here's a woman trying to change her life, and you denied her. So what we're going to do is we're going to destroy your platform, and it's gone. So it just tells you the power of God. And I do believe that all the social media platforms, all this stuff is, everyone says, how does God know what we're doing? How does God know what we're thinking, everything? Right, it's a lot of fucking work, but this is a good way for go back and read your tweets. Go back and read these guys' messages on here and the things that they say to someone who's struggling. You know, that's the thing that God's going to see. Yeah, they always say nice things, don't worry.
None of that was true.
None of that was true.
Yeah.
I know. You know me, I just make stuff up.
Yeah, I know.
I know. But they're used to it. Anyways, that's just my thing. So whether you believe in God or not, like the actual, believe me, this right here, this device and all this stuff people think and write, is got a way for people to tell. You can see themselves, like, are you a negative or a positive person? Are you a good or a bad person? You can read what people write and what people do online. You can see that a lot of people are just really nasty. Yeah. So anyways, but Periscope went away because as a corporation, that wasn't right. It wasn't right to judge a woman who was trying to better her life. But the best part was, in the midst of all this, it really blew up because Charlie Sheen got AIDS. And so then Brie Olson was her old boyfriend. And so that you know, really blew her up. You're gonna ask somebody why him, and I speak extremely fast. That sounds I talk fast as well. Why do we talk fast? Because our brains are very active. In fact, I can't talk fast enough for the way my brain works. And I'm not reading a script, and I don't have anything planned. So when you don't have that, you tend to float. Now, however, if I was talking to a bunch of old, I used to sell to banks, so don't be offended. Well, I've talked to a bunch of old men that are over 50 or 60 years old. You have to pace yourself slightly differently. You can't just go from one subject to another. You must be very methodical in the way you talk. So step one, identify your audience. Identify your audience. You must know who you're talking to. If I'm talking to a group of bankers, I'm trying to convince them of doing something they would never do before, and they don't understand computers or software. I don't go rambling on about Apple iTunes and about social media and about Periscope. However, when I'm talking to about 1,000 people on my feed, my brain's going to go a little faster. I mean, I have to, you know, so we have to start talking faster. So, you know, judgment, again, we're learning more about a person when they see a person and the first thing they do is they criticize them. We're learning more about what goes to that person's head. Because for those of you who know me and know my sister, well, you know we're not on drugs. And you know we're good people. And you know we would never exploit anyone. Exploitation is bad, right? Yeah. Yeah. What about Nazis?
That wasn't me.
It wasn't her. What about Hitler?
No, it wasn't me.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm the same way. I talk to people in social situations. Yes, Richard. I think you guys are beautiful souls. I'm blessed to have found you guys. Yeah. So the speed at which we talk doesn't matter. I mean, okay. What you're talking about. Here's another phenomenon. When you see when unhappy people see someone who's happy and excited, that makes that unhappy person very, very, very mad. They don't like gay people. The word gay literally means happy. They don't like gay people because they're like, hey, you know what? I was never into chicks. I'm into guys, and now they're happy, and they hate that because they're not happy and they can't find their happiness. They see these gay guys who are all being gay and happy. Well, that's why they started calling it gay, because they were happier than being a homosexual, because they felt like, oh man, I'm gay. I'm happy now. Okay, so unhappy people hate it when they see someone talking fast, because a person who talks fast, okay, two reasons. One, yes, they're on drugs, in which reason that they're excited. They're euphoric because they're on drugs. Or two, they're not on drugs and they're excited and they're euphoric. Okay, right. So in both cases, the person is happy. One person is being happy because they're using a drug. That makes them mad, and they have all the laws to back it up why you can't be happy doing drugs. And they can take away your drugs so you can't be happy because they don't want you miserable like me. Great. But now we found a way to be happy without drugs. And so they must be on drugs, because how can they be so happy? Well, because we're happy. And I'm telling you, when you start looking happy and start shutting up, everyone tells you, calm down, calm down, calm down. Why? Because they're miserable. And they're not used to seeing someone like Joy who gets excited and happy and expressive and enjoy. And my sister here, see, I'm talking, but she kind of channels through me. So I kind of like, yeah, you do.
I know I don't.
Oh, she doesn't. She says, yes, she does everything here.
I don't.
Yes, you do. You're amazing. Yes, you are. We love you.
I do.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, so I hope everyone's. Oh, back to the phone thing. So I had this like idea too, like, you know how like people used to say grace before dinner. Do people still do that, like in restaurants? I've never ever gone to a restaurant and seen anyone pause. I mean, I'm sure there have been cases, but in general, I don't see anybody getting their plate and everyone's stopping and holding hands and saying grace and thanking the Lord for the meal they're about to receive. Have you ever seen that in a restaurant? Never. Have you ever seen someone take a photo of their food with their iPhone or with their Android or whatever? Right, right. To me, that's like, God was like, you know, I realize this whole grace thing might be kind of a pain in the ass. It's a little embarrassing, praise me. I don't need that. But I want you to enjoy the food and I want you to appreciate it. So how can I do this? I'll tell you what, let's embed an iPhone, and every meal you can take a picture of it, you can post it on Facebook. You can show everybody the delicious meal you had. And that's good enough for me, is the way I felt. Like, hey man, you're taking a picture of your food, that means you liked it and you appreciate it. And that's good. You don't gotta say, thank you, Lord, you know, you don't gotta do that for me. That was the old, just take a picture of it. And I think that's what I'm talking about. The technology has replaced how we interact, even with our own spiritual beings. And sometimes, because first of all, where do these devices come from? I mean, if I gave Rockefeller $1 billion, which he had, to build an iPhone, he couldn't. He could not have built an iPhone. With all the money and resources in the world, he could never have built one. He could never even conceived it. So where did it come from? Right. It had to come from some other entity. You know, some people say it's aliens, some people say it's God. Maybe God is the alien. Who knows? I mean, but whatever it is, it didn't come from people with a lot of money. It just, one day, we invented the silicon chip in 1950 in Texas Instruments, and from that, but where'd that chip come from? Where'd the silicon chip come from? We didn't even have plastics in 1950. So where'd the silicon chip come from? Right. It came from Roswell. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Did Joy tell you I filmed UFOs? Just trying to make your guys' morning light. What on earth did I try to say? But it's more like rambling. Jesus, how do you guys look? What? How do you look like two different versions of Cosmo Kramer? Well, you haven't even seen my hair yet. But what's funny is, yeah, I could do the Cosmo thing if I wanted to, for sure. I can't. Is that German or Swiss German? Either way, I can't quite read it. Richard is Joy's husband. Fact. Yeah. We've been married for 12 years. No, 10 years. You made Annette so happy when you told her. I know, we love each other. I timed them out, Richard. Thank you. Yeah. You know, it's good for a little conversation, because I do like to hear, because their judgments and their ignorance is something that a lot of people think. So I don't have a problem addressing it because I think that we do need to address it. We need to release the stigma and say, no, it's not about if no one's getting high if they're doing drugs here. If they're trying to survive, they're trying to get through the day. Love y'all's energy. She lights up when you tell her that. Good morning, Richard. Do you have any children, Joy? No, no children. So what's happening here? Y'all up night partying? Yeah, gave me cheers. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, just hanging out. No partying really. Just yeah, we don't have any kids. No kids. Not yet, anyways. Who knows? Maybe someday. Oh, Annette, they want to.
Yeah.
So, what do you like on your snack table? What's your favorite thing there?
Oh, no.
You don't like those?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. She gets a little embarrassed by that.
Not really.
Not really.
No.
No. Okay. How are we doing? Annette is 6 years younger than me. We haven't had a chance to do the Amazon wish list, and I'd like to do a PO box too.
Yeah. All right. Totally.
Annette, would you like to play piano?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Yesterday, Joy was talking about her kids. No, I don't think so. Probably her brothers. She's probably talking about her brothers, her siblings. Fix your smoking. Okay.
All right.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks everybody.
You.
Thank you guys for watching.
All right.
And please subscribe.
Good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Yeah, you go for a little walk.
All right.
I'm gonna transfer this in the other room, you guys. We can and then Joy will come out and join us in a minute. But if you guys have any good questions, oh man, she'd love that. She would love anything from the UK. You know, she gets a little embarrassed. You know, she's just like everybody else. I mean, think about it. She's on camera, so she does best she can. But at the end of the day, she loves this, and she loves you guys. And I mean, because every morning I ask her, like, do you want to do this? She's like sitting there waiting for me to bring the live stream in. I'm like, okay, let's do it. She sits there. So thank you guys for joining in and watching the show. Really appreciate it. And we can go. Let's go see Casper. Come on, guys. Let's go. Time to move on. Moving on. Casper time. So, Joy, do you need anything?
Yeah, I'm about to get out.
Okay.
Are you still vlogging?
Yeah, I'm just moving in the other room now.
Oh, okay. I'll get down.
Okay. Joy's gonna come join us in a minute. We'll spend the rest of the morning with you. She finally got her bizzle. Hey, Casper, where are you? Oh, geez. I left the door open. God, Joy would have freaked out if the guy ran out of here. Where is he? Let me find him. Casper, where are you? He's kind of teething right now, so. Let's see, where's Casper? There he is. Hi, buddy. Come here. Everyone wants to say hi. Hold on one second, guys. You over here. Hi, buddy. What are you doing? Hi, boo-boo. Hi. Want to come say hi? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Look who he is. Look who it is. Here's Casper. This is Casper. Oh, Dink, if you think this house looks like a wreck, you should have seen it a year ago. Jesus, this is like the Taj Mahal compared to the way it was a year. Hi, buddy. Such a cutie. I know. It looks like an asylum. It pretty much is half the time around here. I mean, we got a lot of crazy people live here. Read the comments. I had bunnies. Give this to Casper boy. Yeah. How's our bunny looking? How's he doing? Does he look happy or healthy? Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Annette is so happy to see you. You're awesome, sending so much love. Thank you, Kimberly. You keep snakes, huh? Thank you. Hi, Casper. Happy baby. He's so calm right now. I think he's really enjoying this thing. Oh yeah, we got rabbit poop everywhere, buddy. We got everywhere, but Joy is a. You guys don't know Joy. She's a very, very incessant cleaner.
Oh, boy.
They want to see hi to Casper.
Huh? Want to see Casper?
Yeah.
Did Annette go for a walk?
She did. She was on there for a good. She was on there for an hour.
Did she do good, everybody?
She did good. How did Annette do today, you guys?
She in a better mood?
Yeah, she's just kind of like a little bit like mellow, like
She's really kind of grumpy, though.
not grumpy, just not happy or sad, really. But cute bunny.
She was so happy for a minute. Sure, Gloria put a damper on something.
I had a bunny who would go back to the cage and use the bathroom. Oh, I know, that's so great. I know he might get there. I don't know. Annette did amazing, people said. She seemed tired, they said. She did great, they said. Good, thank you.
I'll go in a minute.
Okay, I'll get it set up for you. I think I will. I'm gonna bring Joy on. She'll kind of give you the rundown.
I'm getting ready. I just gotta shoot that. Put on your shorts, everybody. I'm really glad she blocked.
No, she did great. She wanted to.
I know she did. She was ready. That's what I said. Come on, everybody. Hold on to your shorts over there. Where's Bud?
How was your bath?
Wait. That's a lot of that. Next you're gonna talk about it. Where is
No, it's for you, buddy.
I'm coming, everybody. Hold on. Going forward. Forward over there. Let me over myself. Let me bring on my things.
Yes.
57 seconds. 57 seconds, everybody. It's not really gonna be that time. We're just making it up. It's like you say random numbers.
Random numbers.
But maybe I'll be closer to 57 seconds. Let's see. Take your time with everybody. I'll bring my stuff over. I'll put on my daily.
Here's the buddy.
Okay. Oh, here. Oh, there he is. There he is. All right. So, I was listening in the bath. This thing is great. Here's I can tell you about this is hilarious. All right. So, I just took a bath. And so like, can you turn the air down a little bit? It's
Yeah,
really
go
cold.
hot.
No, not hot. The opposite. It's cold. Don't go hot. It's cold. Oh, I guess. Well, which way do you say it? Down or up when you want the air? It's a hard one. You turn the air down. I meant I don't want it as strong. But then you could mean colder when you're saying turn down. But I meant kind of turn it off. So turn it up, I guess. So anywho, this little speaker. This is a funny story. We got this speaker, we got two of them, about 12 years ago at AT&T. They had this deal, they were like $19 or something, $19.99 for this little Bluetooth thing. And we had one, and Gloria had one. So Gloria breaks everything, except for this little guy. 12 years. We came back and we're like, we got lost ours over the years. But this little thing still works. But the other day, I dropped it in the bath. And we put it in rice. Still works. So it's my little Bluetooth speaker. I probably don't even make them like this anymore. There's this little HDMX jam wireless. This thing is a stud, basically. 12 years of living with Gloria survived. I don't know if you can get the ones like this anymore. Probably nothing is as good quality as it used to be. But anyway, so I listened to that about it. I was so mad the other day because I put it on the side. It fits perfect. And I was doing something and I just like popped it and right in the bath. And I was like, oh no, I just was saying it made it through Gloria and now I might ruin it. What the heck? And then Richard put in a bunch of rice for me to survive. Anyways, I was going to put on my little, I'm obsessed. I wear, what do you call these? Hair ties. I wear like a collection of hair ties. So that's what I was doing. After I got out of the bath, I got put on my collection of hair ties and little thing. I don't know why. I feel naked when I know I have my little bracelets and things. So I put on my series of, I don't know. I used to only wear like hair tie like things. Then Richard finally got me some nice jewelry. But I still wear my silly jewelry like this. But I have two watches, but one of them doesn't work. Richard wanted to give me this watch. It needs a battery. He got it like on eBay for cheap or something, this one. And I like it, but it doesn't work. So it's 8:30. So it's right 2 times a day. Good. So is it not right now. But this one I got for my birthday. Kate Spade. I love this little guy. Let me see. But I'm not into jewelry, but Richard's trying to get me into it, and I am now into the stuff he got me, but I've never been into wearing stuff. But let me just put on my thing. I do feel naked now without it because I've been wearing it since my birthday, which was in March. Now I got my little jewelry, but when I take a bath, I gotta take everything off, so that's why I'm putting everything back on. But he got me all these little things. This is it's a little opal bracelet. It was my 39th birthday, but it was also pretty much like our 10-year wedding anniversary. Because our 10-year wedding anniversary was January 1st, but we didn't celebrate in any way or do anything. So then my birthday came around, he got me some things. But we don't usually exchange gifts between each other. It's just kind of pointless. I mean, we live together. We just get the things we need together. It's like, we'll do little things, but so this was big deal. But then he got me this little ring. So it was like my first ring, really. We didn't do wedding rings and stuff. Gloria gave me an opal ring when we first got together. But Richard we never did that. I wasn't into that stuff. I don't like diamonds either. You guys ever seen that movie Blood Diamond? That'll make you not want to get a diamond ever. With Leonardo DiCaprio? It's disturbing what people go through to get diamonds. And I don't find them any prettier than other stones. I think this is my birthstone, aquamarine. And then this one is blue topaz. Much cheaper and much prettier, I think. Because I like the blue. They're not expensive things, they just look pretty. But I don't like expensive. If it was expensive, I wouldn't feel comfortable wearing it. So I don't know why people are like, we got $1 million necklace. Well, then you probably don't ever want to wear it. My goodness. Eesh. Another thing to break, especially with my buddy pulling on it. That's a stupid waste of money. But, so anywho, I was thinking, thank you everybody. I am so glad Annette blogged this morning because I feel like I kind of want her to start blogging with Richard because I feel like she thinks I take over, which I do. So she thinks that I do take over. Imagine that. I have a hard time not talking. So Richard often has the same problem. I don't know how that's going with him, but he probably does better than me with Annette. So I might have him do the blogs with Annette more than me. Because it's also her brother, and as much as Annette loves me, there's still always, I'm the outsider, you know? Like, that's her brother. I'm only a sister-in-law. So I think at times she feels more comfortable. She feels a little overshadowed when I'm sitting there, you know, but with her brother. So I hope you guys are cool with that. I'll probably do that more often. Because I think she's getting a little bit upset because she, you know, we're saying she's a star, but then other people are blogging, and she's kind of like confused, you know. But it's kind of a whole family thing, but we're really doing it for Annette. but she obviously can't blog all the time, nor does she want to. But I don't know how happy she was about us blogging with Gloria. So even though she defends Gloria, deep down she has a lot of anger. Hold on, let me fix this really quick. I don't like this color. There we go. I like this more yellow. It's really this fluorescent-y white that shines at me, so I put a more yellowy amber. It's this little light. It's the cheapest little circle light. We got like $15. It's a hunk of junk. But when it's the fluorescent-y one, and my eyes are very sensitive. I have hazel eyes. They're hazel gray, but they change colors. So sometimes they're blue, sometimes they're kind of gray. But they're very, very sensitive. Like, I cannot go outside without sunglasses. When I do, I'm like, oh, like my eyes feel like they're burning. Like, I cover them, especially my face. I'm like this, and I'm like, oh my God, it's so bad. I hate. One time, me and Richard got in a really big fight. This is like many, many years ago, and we used to like be like, you go, get out of the house, get out of here, what kind of thing, like when we'd be in a fight. So it's not like he like fully kicked me out of the house, but he kind of like kicked me out of the house, and I didn't want to go back because we're in a fight. But so I go out, and it was like, I didn't have a hat or sunglasses, and I went for a walk. We lived close to the strip, but I remember I was like, this is awful, because I didn't want to go back inside because we were in a fight, to get my sunglasses or hat. But I was walking in Las Vegas, and I was like, my eyes were like burning, because it is so crazy here, especially like in the summer, if you have sensitive eyes. I mean, I've lived in other places where I was fine, like even in Northern California, I didn't usually have sunglasses. In Vegas, like I literally feel like my eyes are burning, like when I go outside. I have to like go like this, and even then, like it's so intense. Like I remember I was like trying to walk like this, like it's so crazy. And I didn't even really wear sunglasses till I moved here, actually. And I remember the first year, it was really hard. And Rich was like, why don't you start wearing sunglasses? And I was like, that's a novel idea. And then I won't even walk out without them. No. Peggy. We love Peggy. Peggy's in the house. Peggy is our moderator, for anybody who doesn't know that. Peggy and Lenny. I actually messaged both Peggy and Lenny. I got a hold of Peggy. I did not get a hold of Lenny. So Lenny, I don't know the number we got. I don't know if I did it wrong or what. So when you come on here, we need a number for you. But we got Peggy on board. We got Peggy. Where's my phone? That's right. Peggy was supposed to be able to call me, and I don't have my phone with me right now. That's right. Oh yeah, it's back here. How useful is my new method? I didn't bring my phone with me. Let's see what we got. So if Peggy needs my attention, you can call or message Peggy if you need anything. Yeah, Lenny's a message didn't go through, but we got Peggy on board here. Where's my Peggy message? Oh, there she is. Why did my phone's so weird? Like, we have 3 phones, but they're all on like the same iCloud, so they get really mixed up with contacts. So you save a contact on one phone, but then you go to another phone, it's not saved. But if you try to save it again, you're gonna have like redundant contacts. So you have to wait till it like updates. But I was like, where's Peggy? Where's Peggy? Oh, there she is. There she is. Because it didn't have, just has her phone number still. But on my other phone, it says Peggy. Anyways, nonsense talk. But I was thinking yesterday, I kept saying, I can't hear. And you guys are like, what, is she deaf? I wish she didn't get into that. I forgot I didn't get into that story. I lost half my hearing in the Air Force. I could have benefits from the Air Force, but I stupidly turned it down because what happened when I was in the Air Force is I was doing insanely well, and I was having the best time, and it was really the best time of my life because I was young, and it was before my mom died. So like my life was very different. I had the whole world was like seemed exciting and wonderful, and then it went awful. But for like many years, like it was just like it went from like I was happy to it was miserable. But when I was in the Air Force, I was a flyer, so I was always on the flight line, and they would give us those little orange things that you put in when you're going to sleep on a plane or something. They're not proper hearing protection. The maintenance guys have like these hearing protection that are like these big old headphones. They would give us those little orange little things that pop out of your ear that are literally useless for if you're protecting against a flight line, like engines, Boeing 757 engines going in your ears, because we walk onto the flight line and we do pre-check stuff. So they're running the engines, they're checking the engines. My job, we would bring, let me call this. Okay, so we were the lowest on the plane because I am enlisted. It's actually rare to be enlisted and be a flyer. Most flying jobs are officers. So on the AWACS plane, there's only a couple positions that are enlisted. And enlisted means you didn't get a degree before you went into the Air Force or the military. Basically, that's the difference. If you had a degree before you went in, you could go in as an officer. If you didn't get your degree before you go in as enlisted, if you don't know that. And the difference in treatment is insane. So you have a college degree, you're treated like a prince. You don't, you're treated like a slave. So since we're enlisted, we were called, my job was called an airborne surveillance technician. And I became an airborne surveillance instructor by the time I left, which later was the title. So when you become an instructor, that's now your title. You're no longer a technician, you're now called an airborne surveillance instructor. And it's a different even, they have numbers. I was a 1A4, 5-1 or something like that. I don't remember. It's been so many years now, you guys. I got out of the military in 2006, so it's been a while now. My point is, on the flight line, we would go, because the enlisted, we had to bring the meals and the coffee and the water. We had to bring, okay, so I've always been this small when I was in the military. I mean, there was times in my life, okay, there were the most I've ever weighed, if people were curious, I weighed 155 right before I went in the military. And that was because I was, which is not a lot of weight, I get that, but I'm going to tell you about this. I was eating a bunch of junk food with my brother before he died, my brother Justin, because I had moved in with my dad and I was supposed to go to a treatment center or counseling or something, and they sent me to counseling on my own, but I was supposed to go with my dad and it didn't really work out. So every time I was supposed to go with my dad to go do treatment, it never happened. He's a cheapskate. We'd be like, oh, we can just help you from home, which means we kick you out if you throw up. Super helpful. But anyways, so I was eating a lot of, I remember, Oreos, and me and my brother would make cheese and barbecue sandwiches. It's our favorite thing. We would make cheddar cheese on a bread and put barbecue sauce, and we'd like microwave it. And we loved top ramen then. So we were eating really bad, I remember, and then I was really shocked to see I wasn't fully like bulimic then. I was kind of doing this laxative thing. Don't do laxatives. Terrible idea. Literally will shit your pants all the time. Excuse my friend. Not a good idea, and it doesn't actually help you lose weight. You just feel thinner because you took a big poo, but you don't actually lose weight. It's not a way to lose weight. And it's a horrible thing because you gotta go. And don't do it. Believe me, don't do it. Anyways, I was doing that then, like a stupid, and I was in high school. I was only 16. And then I was there a year, so then I turned 17, and then I wanted to go into the military because I wanted to become a pilot. And my stepmom said the best way to become a pilot is to go in the military because a lot of pilots were in the military first, which is not totally true. She kind of steered me the wrong way. But the biggest reason why I went in because 9/11 had happened, and I was feeling very much, because, my mom was from New York, and that was super duper impactful. And we watched it live. Like, the first plane went in, and we thought it was an accident for anyone that was around during the time. And then when the second plane came in, we realized it wasn't an accident. But I was watching live as the second plane came in because it was really early. It was like, I think around, I want to say around 7 a.m. in California. Because I think it happened around 9 or 10 a.m. in New York, but don't quote me on that. It's been, that was, what, 2001. But I just remember I was getting ready for school and my mom called me into the living room because she was watching the news. So it was very impactful because my mom was from New York. She was devastated by this, and I was a very patriotic person and stuff. So I was so gung-ho when we went in the military to, fight for my country kind of thing. But now I'm not. I don't want to say I'm against the military, but I'm not a big fan of it now just because of a lot of the nonsense I saw in the military. But for example, what I'm going into, they enlisted that you get treated like crap, where officers, you get treated way better. And so what happened with me is, so we were the lowest on the totem pole, so we had to bring the meals, which meant we had to bring these huge, like 5-gallon water jugs. And, I didn't get into the one that, I'm sorry, so many things. So I was 155, and I go to join the Air Force. And I'd always, been thin, so I didn't even think that was going to be an issue. But I'd always been around 125, and I packed on a little weight when I lived with my dad, which I get 155 is not a lot. I'm not saying that, but listen, you'll hear why this is important, why I say the weight. So I go to a recruiter to go in the Air Force with my stepmom, and of course, the most handsome man I'd ever seen in my life, Sergeant Payne was his name, is the recruiter. So, oh, yes, I will sign up. No, I'm just kidding. But, so he puts me on a scale, and I was too fat to join the military. I had to lose 10 pounds. Can you believe that? They've changed the standards now because people are way bigger now. But I was too fat at 155 pounds. And I'm 5'6", 155 pounds. They told me I had to lose 10 pounds in order to join the military. And I did. And then in basic training, I lost like 20 pounds because I just barely ate. I was pretty anorexic for most of the time in the military until my mom died. And then when my mom died, it was like bulimia just went because it was my way of coping. I would work all day. I did 2 jobs. I wanted to just be super busy, so I did my Air Force job, and then I got a second job being a cocktail waitress at Buffalo Wild Wings, which was in Oklahoma, which was super popular in Oklahoma. That was like the hangout place, because it had a huge bar and all my friends went to. So it was fun working there, but I was like working myself to a bone. And then after work, I would go to KFC and get a bunch of wings because I'd just been working with all the wings all day, not eating all day. And those were too expensive. So after working at Buffalo Wild Wings, I'd go and buy KFC wings and I'd binge on wings and then till I passed out and then go to work in the morning. So I'd work till like 2 a.m., get my wings, binge all night, and then go to work, get up like 6 a.m. to go to the Air Force. And so I was like killing myself because I was doing this every day, never sleeping. Finally, they made me quit the Buffalo Wild Wings job because they were seeing I was like not doing well. I was getting really skinny and sick because I was upset because my mom had died. But anyway, so back to the thing. When you're the lowest on the totem pole, you get to carry all the waters and stuff. So they would make me, this little girl, at that point I was probably like 110 pounds, carry this 5-gallon water jug up these rickety stairs. Because sometimes they'd give us nice stairs, but often you got the rickety stairs going up to the plane. So you're carrying this thing and it's heavy and there's these super strong officers that are buff. These really strong guys are like workout guys that won't even help you. And it's for them. But they're like, you're enlisted, so it don't matter. You're a girl and you're tiny. You're bringing the water up the plane for everybody and the coffee and everybody's meals. So it would always be like, sometimes it was 3 girls too, because we had, they called us the back row. We were the surveillance in the back row. Sometimes it'd be 3 girls doing that, and no guy would ever help us. It was like, no, that's your job. You do it. But it wasn't really our job. It was just like an extra thing they added because we were the lowest. Like, hey, you get the meals for everybody. But the significance was that the reason why no one else would come to the flight line as early as us and maintenance, because we had to bring all the meals and the water and the coffee on the plane before everybody else. So we would get there when all the planes were being tested and the engines with our little stupid orange earplugs, while the maintenance that were out there at the same time had massive hearing protection. So I lost half my hearing. And they would have given me benefits. But at that point, I was so mad at the military because they grounded me after my mom died, which probably makes sense. But they did it like 3 months after because my immediate supervisors in Flight Squadron and stuff knew. But they changed, and so did my my squadron commander knew. But squadron and then my flight and squadron commanders knew, but they changed commanders, and this new guy came in for our squadron, and he didn't know who I was, and he was flying with me, and when he heard, I was instructing, so I had a student and you mission plan the day before, and this was like 3 months after my mom died, and I had gone back to work, and they were just like, the people that knew didn't say anything because they didn't want me to have to talk about it all the time, but there was enough people that knew, but everybody else, we just didn't tell anybody, so I tried to just get back to work. But this guy who was brand new to the squadron came in, and someone told him that morning, we mission planned the day before, my student was all ready, it was a 2 a.m. flight, so you do all day planning, you get up for a 2 a.m. flight, you get there, and right before the flight, he removed me and my student, like, embarrassingly in front of everybody, And he was like, oh, she can't fly, and took us off because my student couldn't fly without me. And since he did that, later he realized it was a bad move because I wasn't in a state that I had to be removed. I was just struggling a bit, but I was fine. But since he moved me, and it was considered like a health risk kind of move, like a mental thing, because like they wanted to send me to make sure I was okay to a psychiatrist. Since I was removed from a commander, I lost my flying status. So in order to get it back, even though like he could be like, oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, but it didn't matter, that one move, I was gonna have to take 2 years to retrain to get my job back. And I was getting out in a year, so it didn't make sense for me to reenlist because I basically had lost my job. And then they put me on suicide watch, which was awful. It was awful because their suicide watch made me want to commit suicide. I wasn't suicidal until suicide watch, because what they did is they literally drove me insane. What they would do, it wasn't really suicide watch because it wasn't like they were with me. They would make me come and they'd make me sit in a room. And then for X amount of time during the day, I wasn't allowed to do anything but just sit in a room with somebody. And then they would tell me, okay, you could go home. And my car was broken at the time. My dad's lemon car that I was talking about before, that 300ZX, was broken per usual. So I lived about 40 minutes from base. I lived in Moore, or in Moore. It was about 25, 30, actually, not 40. But if you guys know, Tinker Air Force Base is in Oklahoma City. I was living in Moore, which is just a little bit outskirts. But so I didn't have a car. I had a roommate. He would bring me in the morning to work. But what would happen is they'd say, okay, you could go home because you're not really working and you're on suicide watch, but go home all alone, basically. Smart. So they would send me home and I'd get a ride with someone. I'd beg someone to give me a ride home because there wasn't even Uber back then. I mean, this is like 2005. I mean, taxis were insane. Like the taxi sometimes would be like $100 if you were to take it. No one took taxis, you know. You took taxis if you all were going out drinking and you all chipped in or something, but no one took a taxi normally, you know. That was insane. And there was no public transportation that was going to take you to where I live. So I had to get rides, so I'd beg someone for a ride, and they'd send me home. And then I am not kidding. About 15 minutes after being home, they'd be like, you know what, you better come back. And I'm like, you're being serious? I just had to get a ride and you want me to get back. So they would just, but before I would leave, I'd be like, can I just stay? You know, and because I don't want to get home and have you guys have me come back. And they're like, no, because this person has to go. Because they'd have someone be watching me and they want them to go.
Yeah.
So then they're like, no, even though we watched you here, go home by yourself.
That's terrible.
It was the worst. I'm like, this suicide watch is super effective, you guys. But so they'd send me home and then so I'd ask before I leave. And I'd say, so then, oh no, we won't need. Nah, yeah, it'll be good. This time, no. This went on for months where they would jerk me around like this. And it was like, I'm like, my mama just died. You just took me away from my job. You're literally like effing with me. And I started getting like a twitch in my eye from the anxiety because it was like I had never had that, and my eye would just twitch. I was like so much because it was like they caused me so much anxiety on there's potential suicide watch, and I got so upset with the military that when they were like, "Do you want benefits for the rest of your life?" I was basically like, "F you," and that was stupid. Because I could have been paid for my ears, because I can't hear out of this ear really at all, and it hurts all the time. And this one I can hear okay. This one I can't hear anything. So what happens when I speak to someone in person, I mostly read lips because I can hear, but I can't understand, if that makes sense. Do you understand? Like, I hear that you're saying something, but it's so muffled. So if it's out of context, I'm like, what? Like, but if I kind of get the general, I can kind of hear. So like, like when Richard's talking, if I kind of know where he's going, you can. But if he says something way off the wall, and if I'm not like, I'm like, what did you say? I mean, because my hearing is really. So, I was saying when someone says their name, I often can't hear it. So then I'm frustrated too because they'll say it, and you're like, oh, hey, but I didn't get it, So I am bad with names, but then on here, I can look at your name, so I can't blame that on my hearing. But yeah, so that was stupid. And I actually have tried to get back, reapplied for my disability benefits, but this is why. You want to hear the biggest reason why it's been an issue? I could probably get it now, or why I couldn't for a while. Because my driver's license never matched what we put as our physical address because we moved so much that we had our physical address as Gloria's house. But get this, in order to get a weed medical card, which I had, your physical address had to be the same one where they were going to give your medical card. So I'd have to change my driver's license to be wherever we lived to get my medical card. But then in order to, something about, gosh, it was this weird thing where like, in order to get the benefits, because they all, I don't know, it was going to have to be where I had to put Gloria's address, but my driver's license didn't match anymore. And so the last time I tried, now it does, and I have no excuses to do it. But it was like, this is so stupid. Like, just because my driver's license doesn't match my on-record physical address, I am not eligible for benefits? I mean, what difference does it matter with your address? I mean, government's weird. So now my physical address matches my driver's license and whatever. But yeah, for years we moved so much and we were basically living a lot of times in hotels and things, and you never even knew how long you'd be at a hotel. So like sometimes Gloria would send us stuff if we had mail, but then we'd switch hotels before it even got there. We'd have to go back, and it was a mess. Oh, no, that's not good. That's not good. No, come here. You're gonna get yourself very, very hurt. Now it's time to go in there. And I don't care if you pull on that. That was not good. Oh, the reason why the light went off, you guys, was because he chewed on that. He gonna hurt himself. Oh my gosh, did he literally just break it? Let's see. Hold on. He just chewed this thing so it don't even work. He just chewed the light. It don't work. He just chewed the cord on the light. It's broke. What a little turd. At least it didn't electrocute him or anything. I don't even know if it can. I don't know how that stuff works anymore. But you know, my mom and dad had a friend that got electrocuted from a power line thing. It was terrible. Like one of those power lines went down. I don't know how he was near there. He must have worked in the power lines. But he got electrocuted. This many, many years ago. And he was so electrocuted, like there was so much electricity going through his body that when the paramedics came, they got electrocuted and died too from even touching him. So much, like, because it was one of those huge, crazy. Anyways, so that was a tragic story. I didn't know the guy was my parents' friend when I was very young. So I'm super happy today. My bunny finally discovered how to use his water bottle. So I had to put like a cup of water in there and the water bottle because he was not using it. And this morning I woke up, he's using it. I was, woo, little things like that make me happy. But anyways, let me start reading these things. Here's read lips. Do people have hearing problems? You know, it's funny because I feel like probably what happens when people get older, because certain music drives me absolutely insane, and I get it now when like I used to hear my grandparents or something be like, turn off that music, it's hurting my ears. But it does. When you have hearing loss, certain tones and frequencies are like nails in your ear. You're like, ah. And some of these songs that are so what really sometimes gets me is the techno stuff. Ugh. I like some of that EDC stuff. I can't take it. Oh, when I go to a concert, oh my gosh. So Annette used to be obsessed with Lady Gaga. Absolutely obsessed with Lady Gaga. I mean, she pretty much wanted to be Lady Gaga. I think that's where she used to, Annette used to actually do karaoke. We want to get her karaoke machine. She'd do all these wigs, and she loves singing. And she's also a phenomenal pianist. Okay, I don't know if Richard has put it up yet, and I want this video. I need to get there. I might have to wait. There is a video from 2017 when Annette was still playing the piano here, phenomenally. So hopefully we can get her back. So I mean, it wasn't. I mean, that's still a while, but so there's. I was thinking she's been in a horrible condition since, I mean, Gloria still wasn't really taking forever, but I'm saying she was still at a mental state in 2017 she could play. So hopefully we can get back to that. She's a phenomenal pianist. There's Lenny. Lenny's out wearing too. Lenny, we sent you a message. I don't know if we put your number in wrong or what, but it said not delivered. But Peggy got hers, and we sent it to you too. It said not delivered. So we got to figure out the phone thing here. But thank you, ladies. Lenny and Peggy are go-to ladies for as long as they want to be, because they've been such hard workers that, sorry, no one else is gonna over trump them. Those two, they're grandfathered in now. So if you want to be a monitor, you have to contact them if they need help, and then they'll let us know who they want, or if they do or not. But also, if you have topics you want, go to those two ladies, and they're gonna come to me. They have my cell number now. Lenny maybe not yet, because we couldn't get a hold of her, but Peggy does, and Lenny will get a hold of her. But I want to know, because for one thing, I love talking about nutrition. So if that's interesting to people, please let me know, and I'll be that. Believe me, it's hard to get me to stop talking about nutrition. I was thinking, Richard had told me to be careful about that, because YouTube was not loving some of my bulimia blogs. But then he explained to me it wasn't that I was talking about it was some of the things we were showing, like showing the vomiting and showing me standing on a scale when I was like 96 pounds. They kept banning my videos, and I understand that, but I'm still very leery, because the last thing I want is for like a whole video with Annette to go down because I talked about something controversial, and then no one gets to see like a whole blog, because they could take down a blog and then you guys wouldn't see the whole thing with Annette, you know, like this blog, the beautiful part with Annette, and then I say something stupid and then they take it down. And I have a tendency to do that because I've lost many accounts, because it's not that I'm a rebel per se, it's just I don't like when I'm told that I can't say something, like especially because of like, oh, the children or whatever, when I think children need to learn things and need to hear things. So that's like not allowing children to ever hear things. And the children is such a loose term in the sense of like what we consider children now. I mean, what we consider under 18 children. I'm like, I was in the military at 17, and now we're saying, oh, don't let a kid see someone call them a bad name or something. They might hurt their feelings. It's just like this new coddling thing is insane. I mean, I'm like, my mom, me and my mom were planning to commit suicide at 5 years old. I was very, I was not treated like a child. And then my dad left when I was 6. My parents were missionaries when I was 3 years old. We lived in Mexico. They jerked me all around. My dad got hepatitis. He almost died. I was a missionary to China when I was 15 for a month. It's just like I was cleaning house at 5 years old, cleaning my school at 5 years old. I helped my mom clean house, and we were the janitors for the school. I started babysitting at like 7 or 8 for the cousins and the neighbors and stuff. It's just like this thing of like, oh, and I literally was in the military at 17 years old. As a junior in high school, I went in the military. I graduated as a junior. So my senior year, I spent in the military. Now it's like against the law to even think about dating a 17-year-old when you're like a 19-year-old. It's like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I love this thing where they're getting people in trouble when it's like 2 kids that are like in high school, or like one maybe went to college, they were in high school, and I'm like, and they're getting crazy with some of the laws of like you can go to prison when you're like almost the same age as each other. It's like, that's ridiculous, and that is not any sort of I'm just saying they've gotten too intense about it. I understand there's things, and nobody wants any sort of sexual things happening for children. Okay, we get that. Nobody condones that. Nobody condones any of that. But this thing of like a 17-year-old that you can go to prison for having relations with a 17-year-old when you're like 20 or 19. I mean, they met together in high school. One's a little older. One was a freshman. One was a junior, and they got together. One graduates, they go to college. They can now go to prison. It's insane. It's insane. Whatever, things like that. I'm like, we got to stop with the nanny, little patrols we got. This is getting ridiculous. Because what's happening is you're only going to make people more sensitive and more angry, because when you do not experience any hardships, in your first hardship, you're going to freak out. And I was telling the story, my mom, these people who had kind of taken my mom in when she was young, because her parents were very mean. When she was 18, she was selling books She was from Long Island. She left Long Island, and her sisters traveled the United States selling books. This was like in, Mom was born in 1959, so whatever year that would be when she was 18. And this couple took her in because they were basically living in their car selling books, her and her two sisters. And their daughter had just committed suicide, which is really weird because these were like adopted grandparents to me. They pretty much, they came around every holiday, and they were like my grandparents because my mom didn't really like her parents. And what's weird is then later my mom committed suicide, but their daughter had committed suicide. And so that's why they kind of took in my mom and her two sisters, because they were like, oh, our daughter died, and we have actually a room that's open if you guys need a place to stay. So they stayed with these people for a while. And that's who my mom said led her to the Lord. She said, because my mom grew up Catholic, but then she became Christian because of these people or whatever. I don't really like religion. I believe in God, I just don't like religion. But anyways, their daughter committed suicide because they were very wealthy, this family, and she was only child and she had everything, and she committed suicide because her boyfriend broke up with her. I mean, so it was like her first hardship, and she killed herself. And I'm not saying everyone's going to commit suicide with their first hardship, but I'm saying if you don't have allowed to have hardships, like when parents coddle their children so much, they're going to have a hardship at some point, and they're not going to be prepared, because it's like, you know, you can't pamper people and then so much and then expect when something bad happens or when they go on their own. And that's why people aren't leaving home either. The money is an issue too. I know everything's so expensive, but kids are living at home for eternity now. I'm like, I left home at 17. I didn't want to be home anymore, but now it's like parents can't get their kids out of the house, and they don't want to either. This new thing I'm watching, these moms, these single moms, it's a little bit of an issue. And my mom was a single mom, and I'm not saying.
Come on, so the
Oh, Annette's back.
You gotta give some cigarettes.
Okay.
Oh, what happened? You got timeout?
Oh, he broke our light.
Which light?
Yeah, this little round one. He chewed the cord. It's broke.
Oh, I gotta get a new one now.
Yeah, he broke it completely, and that's why he's in timeout. Yeah, he chewed it, and it won't turn back on.
Uh-oh.
Yep, he was over there, and then the light went poof. I thought, no, I mean, you see if you can. He chewed it so it don't work. But see, look.
Oh, you little WD.
He chewed it. See?
Yeah, you chewed it.
Yeah. So that's why he's in timeout.
I see.
I forgot. He's actually doing it. He knows when he does something bad, so he don't actually mind. He doesn't like going in there when he's not in trouble. Although he's chewing his cage right now, so he's a little mad. Fine, I'll chew on me. We're going to get him some teas.
I just came in to tell you that I ordered him some toys.
Oh, good, some toys. I don't even know if he teases or what, or he just always chews. I don't know how it works with bunnies, but it appears to be teething. I don't know if bunnies teeth, but that's what it looks like. He's chewing on everything. But he ordered him some chew toys, I guess. I'll have to close the door. He's not in his cage, so that's all right. He can come out, I think. He's fine now. He already chewed this one. I don't think he can get the other one. You can let him out.
I got another ring.
Okay. Very true, Joy. We need to. Yeah, the problem is, I don't know why society has become so obsessed with this thing of protecting the children, because we all were children. And we didn't used to have it like this, and we all survived. I mean, some people die, but some people die no matter what. You know what I mean? It didn't have to do with necessarily the coddling or not. You know, that's just life. But it's weird because I'm like, the people that are making all these rules were children too, and they didn't have it like this. And you're like, you were fine. Like, why do you, like, I don't understand the mentality of babying your children that much. I mean, it seems weird. Like, I would think, okay, I don't have kids, okay, and I do baby my bunny. But what I'm saying is, but I also would be, my kids would be well behaved. I guarantee that, because I do discipline in a different way. You know, it's a loving thing, but it'd be like, oh no, you ain't throwing crap on the floor. You know, like these two do. It was my kid.
I saw it, Mom.
No, I was kidding. But they didn't learn from Gloria, so they gotta get it passed. But because that's how my parents were. It was like, they were loving, but it's like, oh no, you listen to your parents. These guys, I wasn't used to, but now I understand because Gloria's not my parent, but like, I wasn't used to seeing how they spoke to their mother. And now you see how I speak to Gloria. I get it after a while. You go, oh my gosh, because I had never spoke to I one time told my mom to shut up, and that was a bad idea. You know what I mean? You didn't, so. So my mom was fiery. I used to get spanked a lot. My mom broke. She had this thing called Paddywhack for naughty kids, and it was a big old wooden hand. She broke that thing on me. I got spanked so much as a kid. Yeah, Paddywhack for naughty kids. She loved that thing, but then she broke it on me. She spanked me so many times. Broke the darn wooden hand on me. Yeah, thank you, because my light went out and then I look like poo-poo. Probably too, my teeth look awful when the light goes out. And it looks like I'm missing one. I have a black one. Oh, I hate my teeth. That's right.
Is Buddy out or no?
No, I think I'm gonna. Oh, he's sleeping. He probably is. He gets. You know what happens is he gets mad that he's not getting attention enough when I'm vlogging, so he starts chewing on my cords. So talking about children, I think it's in your closet.
Oh.
Yeah. Is it not? It must be in Annette's room, living room. Something's missing inside. It's weird. 2-bedroom house, and we lose things I don't understand. But I don't even know where I was going on that. Bunny teeth always grow constantly. They always have something chewing. Bunny mom here. Thank you, bunny mums. So it isn't. I figured it's always. Oh, thank you. That's nice. Don't put myself down. Thank you. We have to let kids make mistakes and pick them up. Yeah, yeah. You know, it's crazy because I don't want to give a parenting advice since I'm not a parent, but I do know, like, just from being a child. Does that make sense? I'm only going off of, like, being a child, not being a parent. It's just, like, I kind of liked that my parents treated me more like an adult, in a sense, you know? I mean, to mine was an extreme, my parents, but I also am glad I wasn't babied because that made me a strong person, you know? And, but I was loved, for sure. I mean, so there's no doubt I felt so much love, but it definitely wasn't coddled. You know, definitely weren't. And, you know, my parents, I didn't think they were strict, but they must have been because, I mean, me and my sister were, like, straight A students and, like, super well behaved. But we just wanted to be. So I don't know what they did to make us want to do that, but now I think it's very hard to motivate children. But I do know they were military, so I'm sure they were pretty strict, and I just kind of, like, forget, you know, because, well, definitely compared to, like, Richard's family, you know, I mean, we were not allowed to just misbehave, I guess you'd say. Where's the one I like? Is there one that's more yellow? I hate those fluorescent ones. That one is literally, I am now seeing,
Stars?
the colors, you know, when you see squares of all different colors. But, yeah, I'm sure you guys are probably all good parents, because if you're on here, unless you're defending that Gloria was a good parent, then you're a good parent. The ones that are defending, then I gotta wonder about you.
Yeah.
I think the ones that are defending her might not be parents. I don't know. Maybe you are. If you are, I'm a little
Well, I
bit
think they're
worried.
defending the idea that.
I know you're defending the idea, don't hit a mom or something with pancakes, kind of idea.
I mean, or just don't, yeah.
Or don't yell at your mom.
Don't ever be. But
But in this situation.
what about a person who doesn't like? This is a monster.
Well, and you guys don't realize, like, because I yelled at her is why she's the way she is now. If you
Yeah.
where you can, she was so unbearable. Like she was a monster.
She was
I
the
mean,
one that was hitting
aggressive.
people.
She was
She
hitting
was the one
people,
hitting
and she would not let us take control in any way, even though she was sinking the ship with all of us on it. You know, because we came in to help, but she wouldn't let us help. I mean, she would rip her card out of Richard's hand when he was trying to, like, pay a bill. You know, where's my card? Like her debit card. She was insane about it. And then she was insane about when we used to use that car that was originally Richard's car that we ended up selling for $200 because it was so valuable. She was insane about it. Where's my car? Where's my car? Like insane when we were, like, running errands for the family. You know, I mean, she was very, very rude in the beginning when we were trying to help. And the only reason why she has submitted is because she has to, because she was in foreclosure, which I guess some people actually verified. They looked it up because Gloria had given all the full name and stuff. And they were like, oh, Joy's right. I was like, I didn't know people were questioning that if we were ever in foreclosure or not. I didn't know they were like, oh, she's lying about that. I'm like, I don't know why I'd make that up. It's not something to brag about. Hey, guys, we're the cool ones. We didn't pay the rent over here. Yeah. And that's a lie. I don't know why I'd like brag about that. Which we didn't do it. She did. But yeah, it's funny. Someone said, Joy's legit. They really were in foreclosure. I was like, oh, I didn't know this was a question, but I'm glad they verified.
Public records, you say.
Yeah, public records. Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't even know for how long, because it had happened and then it had got undone because we got the lawyer and then it happened again. So, I mean, I think it was like several times she was close to, maybe close. Maybe she wasn't fully before. I don't even remember. We don't know because Gloria lies. And until we got into all of her paperwork, we never knew. So, if I didn't get into the paperwork, we wouldn't have known that they were going to be evicted in like 2 weeks. Because Gloria, as you say, you still won't admit it. So if I didn't get into the paperwork, we started contacting the bank immediately. And they were done. They were like, you're going to be out in like 2 weeks, basically. She was getting those 30-day notice things, you know. We didn't know. She hides everything.
Twice.
We kept having to, we were freaking out too because, like, we thought it didn't get approved. And, it was something where it was something Gloria messed up on too, and we were like, I mean, I remember this one day we were like, oh no, and she's like, what's wrong? So I'm like, well, we just lost the house, you know, and she's like, oh no, it was like nothing, her thing, nothing, and it was like literally, it was that close. We had to, the bank, like I said, U.S. Bank has just been insanely forgivable because it was done, and the HOA was the one that was like not gonna take any acceptance of it. They needed the full amount too. We couldn't do any sort of payment plan with the HOA because they weren't going to accept any payment plan from Gloria who doesn't pay. So we had to pay that full $7,000 or it was done. So that was, it came down to the wire. And then there was a couple of other liens too, but that one was a $7,000 now or you're out. Because also they wanted her out of here. So they were stoked because this HOA, they can't stand her. She's annoying and destructive. Dirty, and there was mice falling into the street because of them, and Annette was screaming in the streets, and it's a really nice, quiet neighborhood, and we're the chaos. So they were pretty stoked. They were, I think, finally going to get her out, but we stepped in, so they're all great. But no, I think most of the neighbors are happy because, I mean, most people are caring. Like, the neighbor, they all know us because Gloria's gone to the neighbors to ask for things like, you know, make them drive her places or use their phone or nonsense. You involve all the neighbors in her drama. It's embarrassing around here. But, and they all know Annette. Annette says hi to everybody. She's so sweet. But I was laughing the other day because a new neighbor moved in across the street. He took over his dad's home. He came over to talk to me. His dad had passed away. That was one of the guys we got some rugs from. We always get them from the dead people. I don't care. Whatever. My mom's dead. I don't mind. So he came over as if we're like the ones to talk to in the neighborhood. I'm like, oh, he'll find out soon. And I don't want, cause he's like, hi, I'm so-and-so. I want to introduce myself. And I'm like, oh, he don't know yet. You don't want to talk to us. I was like, oh, I think I met Annette or something. I was like, oh, yeah. I'm like, no one talks to us in the neighborhood, is what I'm saying. I'm like, only the newbie thought he'd come talk to us. So I was like, oh, welcome. But I'm like, won't take him long to be like, oh, no, all over there. But, and this is actually a duplex. So we have a guy that's attached to us, if you can imagine, which we want to. Our goal would be, if we ever get enough money to offer to buy his side, so then we would live over there and the ladies would be over here. Because it's actually attached to this house. And that would be ideal. So then Gloria could have a bedroom. Because it's a 2-bedroom over there and a 2-bedroom over here. And that would be so perfect. It's not for sale. So we'd have to be like, hey, how much money would you be willing to sell your place over here? And you won't have to deal with the noise anymore. But we would love that. So we were thinking, that's our plan. I think enough money, I don't know what it'd be but I think enough money and how annoying it is, but he's been there a while, I don't know. But we were like, because these ladies won't ever want to move, but we're like, if we ever could, if things got better, that would be a great goal, so that we could stay in this house but have more room. Our other option is we're thinking about getting ourselves, if we ever have more money, like when things get better, businesses will pick up. It's been a slow time since post pandemic, but it's every day out of pandemic it gets busier. Then we can get back on track. But our other plan would be to buy another house in this neighborhood, and me and Richard live there, and the ladies live here, but we just are constantly coming over here and making sure they're okay, but not maybe actually being in the exact house with them, so they have a little more space, and Gloria could have a room. That would be our plan. Yeah. Yeah, weed, it's funny that people argue about weed. Because, okay, weed is one of those things, you guys, I can go without it. I could never do weed again, I'd be fine. But I also like weed because it does help with my anxiety and my depression. Because I have a lot of anxiety, and I have a tendency to get depressed because I get very upset about my mom and brother dying, and the situation can get depressing. So weed can really help with that. But I don't need it. I don't need weed. So it's funny when people are like, like thinking that, like I'm so obsessed with it. I like weed a lot, don't get me wrong, but I don't even need it. You don't have to have it. I cannot do weed ever again, and I'd be fine. But it does help. It's very uplifting. And so I like to do it for my psyche, but I don't need it. And so when people act like weed is such a big deal, I kind of feel like you need to try it because you have no idea. Weed is not nearly. I used to think the same thing, and you're seeing people when they're laughing and stuff. I wish I got to have that. That's pretty early on, or if you rarely smoke. For the most part, when you're doing weed, if you do it regularly, it's more like a maintaining thing. It's just like you do it because it just keeps you like at a maintained level where you're not so up and down, because a lot of people have a lot, like I'm sure I have some things, some sort of, my mom's bipolar, I'm sure I have something. Someone said, are you ADHD? Probably, but I don't want to take any medication, and I definitely don't want to take Ritalin or Adderall, which is basically meth. Did you guys know that? For ADHD, they basically give people meth. Ritalin and Adderall are just like, it's meth, it's speed. So they're giving kids meth and speed, and even adults take it too, but it is really bad when you start a child on that, because now they've been on speed their whole life, basically, and that's not good. Then they end up like Annette. That's what Annette was on. Not on Ritalin and Adderall, but she was on meth on some level. Good job, Peggy and Lenny. You guys are doing good. Got my enforcers. All I see some. Is that a tool? Is it even, you guys a wrench? Is that a wrench? What is that thing? Is that a wrench? For the monitors? I like it. Yeah, get her, Peggy. Strong armor. Yeah, we got the best support around here. Because I get a lot of hate. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness for these ladies, because otherwise it's just like, I'm like, oh man. That's why it's getting better. I can see, I can start looking. What does feet do? Yeah, the best. So if anybody wants to be a moderator, you got to talk to Lenny or Peggy, but they might not want help. So don't expect for them to necessarily say yes, but if they need help, then they can decide. And they have to like you, so it's up to them. And then they'll tell us, and we'll add. But if they don't need help, then they might not. But you can also go to them with, if you want me to talk about something, if you want, anything, anyone, if you want to go, any input, topics, questions, concerns. I might not answer all questions. It's not that I'm hiding. I'm waiting for certain things. Some things I haven't got into. I know, like no one knows what I do for a living. Some might not. I'll get into that. It's a little bit more of an elaborate thing than most people are used to of a discussion of. That's why I don't really like when people ask me what I do for a living. I hate that question, because when you don't do a totally normal mainstream job, then it seems super normal. But when people ask you when you don't have a suit, then it's like actually a really annoying question. So I don't ever try to ask other people that question, but I think I did say about Peggy and Lenny. I was like, ask them what they do for a living, which I never ask people that. Don't ask them that. But I find it very intrusive because, for one thing, people use their job as their identity, but it doesn't have to be. But that we use that so much of like, what you do is who you are, and that it shouldn't be that way. Your job should be. I mean, you shouldn't. It'd be nice if you can enjoy your job, and if it is something like that, kind of gives you purpose. But like, you should have a life other than your job, you know. And people have a tendency to just like be like, I'm this, and that's just who I am. Like, I'm a doctor, I'm a dentist, I'm a, you know, and it molds their entire existence. But and then it's very easy for them if someone's like, oh, what do you do for like, well, especially if you have a like super cool job where you're like, oh, I'm a lawyer, I'm a doctor, I'm a dentist, where like you're respected. But when you have a job that you're not so respected, which most of the jobs I've had, it's not super fun when people are like, what do you do for like, oh, I'm a janitor, I clean your toilets. You know, it's like, and then they're like, oh, why don't you want to talk? You know, that's, I've always had pretty much service jobs, so it's never been super exciting when people are like, what do you do for a living? You're like, I wipe people's asses. Anyways, but I don't mind. I've never minded. That's why I've never worried about money, because I knew that I could always just like clean house if I had to, clean the toilet. Because that's how I was raised, where some people are like so scared to do that. Oh dear, I wouldn't work at McDonald's or be a janitor. I would. I don't care. I don't do that now because, for one thing, it doesn't pay enough to help the family, but also I need a job that has extremely flexible hours that I'm home most of the time, and it's very limiting on that. So people are always like, why don't you guys just get, if you're, you know, need more money, just work harder, but we need to be here is the problem. So there's limited jobs that you can be home as much as we are, and that's why we're really digging this social media thing, if it could take off, because that's awesome for the whole family. We can like work from home, and it gives Annette purpose. It even gave Gloria actually felt much better since you guys talked to her yesterday, and she was way less moody, so thank you. And even this morning she came out when I got out of the shower or the bath. She was dumping the trash, which meant she was some level cleaning the kitchen. I hadn't gotten out there yet. And then I had gone to get Annette cigarettes. Oh, actually, that's what it was. Yeah, not the bath. I got to get Annette cigarettes right before my bath. And I came in, and so the lights stay on in the car. The garage door was so, Gloria, always Captain Obvious, and always be careful. But I just pulled in the car, and the garage door was literally still open, and she comes out to dump the trash in the garage. She's like, oh, your lights are on in the car. I'm like, you know, the ones that leave on, they stay on, they eventually turn off. But I'm like, oh, thanks, Gloria. She's always so not helpful, but you have to like be like, oh, thank you. Otherwise she gets her feelings hurt, because she wants to be helpful. She wants to be sort of. She's also so lazy. It's so weird. She's just weird. It's frustrating because it's 1 minute she'll be one way, next minute she's the other way, and then polar opposites. Like one day she wants to be super helpful and help, you know, with the mattresses and stuff. Next day you can't get her to get off the couch. You know, just I don't know. But I do love her, and I care for her, and I worry about her, and all those things. And oh, we were talking about it when she passes away. I hope that, which is probably going to be a while, Gloria's healthy. I swear, I'm like, Gloria's going to outlive all of us. But when she does, it's going to be very upsetting for Annette, so we don't want it to be any sooner than it needs to be. But we are hoping that maybe at that point some people from social media could come to Gloria's funeral, because otherwise she's not really going to have anybody there. No one really likes her. So when that day comes, if we're still doing this, we're going to invite you, some of y'all, and hopefully some people will come to Gloria's funeral. And it probably will be a long time, so it'll be like, I think she's got a good 10 years. Gloria's going to be like one of them 100-year-old ladies, and we're going to be still talking about this. Oh, dear. I cannot believe people judge stay-at-home moms. I think everyone should be a stay-at-home mom unless you have to go to work, to be honest. I think moms should be at home. I don't know why every mom wants to work. That's like this new thing that happened where women are like, I want to be independent. I mean, just like men, I don't know. I'm a little bit old school in that sense. I kind of feel like women should be at home and cooking and cleaning. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I just think someone has to do it. And it's weird for the man. It makes more sense for the woman to take care of the child than a man. So this is glorious thing of like, how come I have to? Well, it's like, but if you're not going to, who is? It was going to be your husband that worked full time? I didn't understand that mentality. So I'm totally like, my mom was one of those, she cooked, she cleaned. I mean, the man didn't lift a finger to do any sort of cleaning or cooking, you know, and I'm for that, and that's why I don't mind cleaning up after Richard and stuff. Um, uh, but I think it's unfortunate that most moms can't stay at home, because especially single moms. My mom had to do 3 jobs, so I understand that. But I think if you have the option, then I think definitely while your children are young too, because there's nothing more important than time spent with your children. People think that money is important, like, oh, your kids need to make sure they have everything they need. The most important would be the time. I mean, yeah, you don't want to be homeless with your children, but that could actually still be a quality time better than some people that if they gave all their kids all of the money in the world and no time. You understand? I'm not saying be homeless with your kids, but you understand, like, the time you spend with your parents is more important than what they give you. So, like, I was a poor child, but we spent so much time with my family, and that was more important. But I do understand giving your kids a good life and wanting to make sure they have everything they need, and do not be homeless with your children. That's not what I'm saying. That would be awful. But I'm just saying people tend to want to focus on, well, I'm working so hard because I want to set up a college for my kids, or I want to set up, but they forget to spend time during the important times of when they're young. And my mom was really good about that, even though she had 3 jobs. My dad, not so much. Um, yeah, you can't just be, no. Also, not to be mean, but not every teacher is super intelligent. Like, some are, some are not. And so you're relying on, like, the teachers to teach your kids everything if you're not doing it. You know what I mean? So a lot of parents work all day and then just send the kids to school. So they're literally having, like, a lot of times the public schooling education, um, teaching their children. And, you know, some teachers are great. I had some great teachers, but then you have some moron teachers that are teaching children their own values and things instead of the parents. And so, but if you as a parent teach your kid enough, it doesn't matter what they learn at school, you know what I mean? Because they know what they're gonna listen to their parents the most, you know what I mean? And then they're gonna absorb some stuff from school. But if the parents are giving no input, like Richard and Annette had no input from their mother, their father they did, but you know, so they can get steered the wrong way when they go, you know, with friends, with coworkers, with teachers, you know, whatever it may be. But if you have a solid foundation from your parents, then you can't get so off track with other people. And that's how I felt with my family. Even though there's a lot of weird stuff, like my mom, you know, with the suicide stuff, even when I was young. But like for the majority of my life, my mom was like a super solid parent. You know, she was definitely had her emotional issues, but as a parent, like, I knew she was there for me. I knew I could call her and she would be there and always drop anything for me, like give me the shirt off her back. So this mentality of like taking from your children is very foreign to me. My mom was like, give, 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 give. I don't care. I'll do anything. I'll slave for my children kind of mentality. And I always felt really bad for my mom because she worked so hard, but she didn't mind because it was like, it's for my kids. And actually why she ended up kind of dying was when she didn't have us anymore, because she kind of spent her life working for her kids, and when she didn't have that, she kind of felt lost, because I was the youngest, and once I left, it was like, and I left too early. And for her, she didn't like that. She wanted me around. She didn't want me to leave, and even at 18, she wanted me. She would have been one of those just live in my house forever kind of thing, you know. And so she was very upset that I left so young. And I didn't leave because of her. I primarily left because of my eating disorders. I was trying to deal with them because I was anorexic for many years. I started anorexia at the age like 12. And because of my mom. She was super anorexic. And then I started doing laxatives in high school. They're terrible. Laxatives in high school. Oh, Lord, talk about embarrassment.
I think that they're asking like if we have kids and something that obviously I want, but you're like I wanted. I mean, I never had them because obviously, of my family upbringing.
Oh.
But you don't want him now because like you're like
Oh, I don't want him now because this one thing's house would be so unsafe for a child.
not right now because.
But I would love a child in the future, but I just think I'm too old now.
But a lot of it is because like you always said that it'd be hard because you'd have to look how much work you'd have to do.
Right. The problem is here I would not have a child, not in this house, not with bed bugs. Can you imagine
Hi, Bunny.
biting a baby? That'd be awful. Just the disgustingness of this house is not in any environment for a child. Barely environment for our money. I was like, why would we get a bunny? We didn't. Someone said they couldn't take care of it, so we took him away. I'm so happy, but he's.
But actually, this is actually.
Okay.
They said, why would you want a bunny running around shit? This is the perfect house for a bunny
I
to
know.
shit around.
Look, he's sleeping.
I know he's really cute. Actually, here, I'll bring him over.
Yeah, it's time for him to come out. It's time.
No, he's sleeping. He's enjoying
Oh
himself.
yeah, true.
Look at this.
Is he upside down?
He rolled on his back, yeah, for a minute.
So cute.
Yeah, it was really cute.
He loves that house. That house makes him so happy. He feels like a prince. Richard got him
I
the
ordered you a new
best
ring light, by the
house.
way.
Oh good.
A real one.
Oh good.
This is real size. This is a little mini.
He feels like a prince with that house. So bunnies are very, very into bunnies are very into having a clean environment. I don't know if you guys know that. And so this bunny was pretty pissed off when his little paws were getting so dirty with touching this floor, and then we put this thing. Someone, the kid that gave us the bunny. The kid that gave us the bunny, I call him a kid because he's like in his 20s. That's a kid to me. He gave us this, and I tried it. It went. I'm not doing it again. He was so mad. He ran from us for about almost 24 hours after we did this. It was like, and he had it all over his face. He was so mad because bunnies like to be clean, and he was just pissed. He was like, this is BS. And so I'm not going to do it again. I don't know. I hope he doesn't get sick. But I'm not. He was traumatized. He was so mad. He just thought we were just cruel because we had to hold him. We tried to do this. They tried to do this bunny burrito. We read online, put him in bunny burrito. He wrapped me in a little thing, and then me and Richard were both holding him. You know, I was holding him. He was so mad. He thought we were just horrid. So I said, forget it. I hope he don't get sick, but I'm not doing it again. It was so hard for him to get off his face. He looked like crap. He was so mad because bunnies like cleanliness. They like their cage clean. I need to. Just last night it was so cute. He was right before bed. I decided to clean his water bowl and give him fresh food. And he was going to sleep, and then he's like, oh. Look at that. So I got to see what he did. I haven't been seeing. I keep thinking he was not drinking water. So we got to see. He goes. He cleans himself in his bowl. He got himself all prettied up before bed and stuff, in his little water bowl. And then he had a little snack. And then he felt all good. And then this morning he was drinking his water bottle, which I was like, yay! He figured it out. So I wasn't even sure he was drinking water, but so I freshen up his food all the time. He likes if you put fresh pellets, fresh hay, and definitely fresh cabbage. He don't want none of that. Once it's soggy, forget it. He's a little prince over there. But he gets, I need to pull out the bottom to clean it out. You know, I actually haven't done that yet, and I want to do it daily. But since I've been blogging, I sit here and I'm like noticing all these things, but then by the time I get off the blog, there's 97 other things to do. And so normally when I wasn't blogging, I was cleaning all the time. So now like it's getting messier because I'm blogging. Because I'm like, I should be cleaning, but I'm blogging. Yeah, I love blogging. I really love blogging. I have, my mom would say, the gift of gab. I can talk to a wall. No, the reason why is because I spend a lot of time alone. I used to play with Barbies. So about a couple years ago, I started doing this thing where I allowed myself to get some of the things that I had that were taken away from me as a child. So I went through this phase that I got this thing. Do you guys remember American Girl dolls? I had one as a little girl, and mine was Samantha, and my sister had Kirsten. And then at one point, I saved up all my money for a whole year. I was about, gosh, 7, to get the Bitty Baby. Do you guys, everybody know American Girl dolls? They had the Bitty Baby. It was the baby. I was obsessed with babies. I was someone that wanted to have a child when I was young. I was obsessed with babies. So I got this Bitty Baby. It was $100. Saved up. It was the first I found out there was shipping and handling. Another $20, which I hadn't accounted for. Oh no. You know, as a kid, I saved up for getting my $100 doll because it was the kid with the set. You got the little suitcase and the clothes and the whole thing, you know. These are very expensive dolls. So I get it, and I just am obsessed with this doll for a couple years. And during one of our moves, they left it because they would often move when I'd be visiting my dad. And my stuff would get left because I'm like insane about packing. I do it perfect. But we moved all the time when I was a kid, and I'd be visiting my dad in LA, and they would move. And so they would forget my stuff, of course, because no one really ever paid attention to caring about my stuff. And my family of selfish people. So my stuff was left all the time. So I lost stuff all the time as a kid. And my mom gave away my stuff all the time. She gave away my bunnies because she said I didn't clean their cages. And so she acted like I was being nice and would give them to people and would be like, Joy wants you to have her bunny. And then I couldn't say anything. And they'd be all excited. And then I'd be like, okay, I guess you can have my bunny. So she gave away like 2 of my bunnies and our dog. My mom didn't like pets. My dad, on the other hand, was like Pet Central. So at my dad's, we had chickens and bunnies and dogs and cats and monkeys. I'm just kidding about the monkeys. We didn't have monkeys. Just chickens, dogs, and cats, and rabbits. But where was I going with that? I'm really losing my train of thought these days, you guys. Who knows? Oh yeah, the Bitty Baby. So I was so traumatized by this that years later I was like, I'm still upset about losing that Bitty Baby. So I'm not kidding. Right before we went to New York, I bought a Bitty Baby on eBay, and it's so weird because I went through this phase that I would sleep with this doll, and we have some photos of me. And I'm like, what am I? This was like 3 years ago. So what am I, 30, 39 now? So I'm like 36-year-old sleeping with a doll, and people found it very strange online because they saw some. But I just went through this phase that I kind of had to go through my childhood a little bit, and that's why I got some Barbies during the time. I was showing someone yesterday, and I have all these little things. And the doll I ended up leaving in Manhattan. I literally left it because we couldn't. When we moved back here, we could only have what we had on a plane. So we left so much stuff in Manhattan. It was crazy because we had accumulated things over a year, and then we could only have like 2 big suitcases on the plane because we had. It's just what Richard brought a 4K monitor, this big old LG 4K monitor, his guitar, his keyboard, and we had 2 big suitcases and 2 carry-on suitcases. We had to travel with all that, so it cost us. When we went to Panama, it cost us like $500 just in bags to go because all of our bags were like way at the max weight they could be too, like where you pay like extra. And then when we went to New York, luckily, get this, during the pandemic, Richard got us a bunch of tickets. So he got us a ticket to go to New York and a ticket to go to Panama during the pandemic when it was like super affordable and you had like totally refundable tickets. So we got first class tickets to fly to New York for like cheaper than the economy ones. So when we went to New York, luckily when you're first class, they like let you have like tons of extra bags. Like they didn't charge. So we didn't have to pay when we went to New York, but it was the same amount of bags. But when we went to Panama, yeah, it was like $500 in just extra bag fees. It was ridiculous. But so we pretty much just moved with this like 2 big suitcases because the other things were a monitor, a guitar, and a keyboard. So yeah, that was, so when we came back, same thing. We just brought the monitor back. We almost left the monitor. So we bring the monitor all the way to New York, never use it, and we use it for like a month or 2. And then we were living in hotels, so we never used it again. And then we bring it all the way back a year later as an annoying thing, you know. And guess what? We almost left it at the airport. We were in the Uber, about to leave. And then we're like, oh my gosh, because it was an oversized thing. We're like, we forgot our monitor. And the guy's like, are you serious? So I have to go run back into the airport, go over to the oversized bag, and the Uber driver's like pissed because, you know, he has to wait for me and stuff. But all that, and then I think we ended up just like giving it to someone or something like that. I was like, I don't know why we hauled this thing to New York and back, almost left the airport, and never barely used it. But we weren't always doing the most efficient money-wise decisions. So that's why, you know, at times we weren't getting on Gloria because we weren't making the best decisions either, but we weren't caring for a schizophrenic or schizoaffectic, however you want to say. It's easier for me schizophrenia for some reason, but I know they're a little different, so I try to be respectful of saying the right thing. So I don't know what's the total difference. I mean, I've looked into it a little bit. Is it time? We better let him out. Let's let him out. But I don't want him to start chewing on cords, but let's see. Polly Pockets. Yeah, I'm telling you, some of those things bring me enjoyment. I love the Thai Beanie Babies. Oh gosh, I love those things. They have all these new ones now with these little. See, these are all Thai. Look at. Do you guys see my bunny collection next to my bunny house? I got those little Thai. I got those at Easter time. I was so excited. Those are the first bunny ones I've ever seen. Those little Beanie Babies. But anyways, let's let the little fella out. I just feel too bad. But I know he's gonna chew on more cords, but he just hates me. He doesn't like this closed. This just makes it. What's going on, Chuba? Hi. Look, there goes water. He's in the water shop. He's drinking his water bottle. Can you even see? I'm so happy. I am so pleased with this house that Richard picked out. Yeah, there goes his water bottle. And this little guy is so. It was not very expensive, to be honest. Richard finds the best deals online, like for like not just necessarily like the best price, but just like the coolest little things. He's really good at that. He's a really good shopper. I'm not the best shopper. I just don't like shopping. I really don't. I hate clothes shopping. Hate it with a passion. Like, I don't try things on. I'll buy something and I'll have to return it or something because I hate trying clothes on. I just hate it. I hate going in fitting rooms. One thing, they always have the worst lighting. You're like, I look terrible. This is awful. I don't want to buy this. They need to fix the lightings in fitting rooms if they want to sell their clothes. Because you go in there and you're like, forget that. I don't want to buy nothing. I look like garbage. Do you guys ever notice that? Like, why can't they make better lights? You might want to buy the clothes. You look like junk. I guess it depends on where you go. Maybe if you go to a hoity-toity place. I'm talking now like Walmart and Target. Yeah, I've always noticed that. Luckily now, I have pretty good self-confidence in the sense that the things that annoy me about myself, I kind of have gotten over. Like, I said, I don't really like my teeth, but I don't really care. I could get them fixed. And I could get braces now. You know, we could make payments for that, but I don't care. I don't want to. I get annoyed that they're crooked and that they're so close together because it's hard when I floss and stuff. And stuff gets stuck in them. That's why I love that water flosser. But I don't really feel like having braces. Nor do I want my mouth to be really, really wide. Like, my sister has such a wide jaw now. Because literally our mouths are so small, they have to, like, widen your jaw, and it's very painful. That's why it's, like, a 2-year process. And she had she was, like, drooling, foaming out the mouth. But, let's see. Pregnant Barbie. There's a pregnant. Let's see which Barbies I have. I have these I think I got at the grocery store, literally. I was, like, one day, I was, like, oh my gosh, Barbie, I want Barbie. I think I got them literally from like Albertsons or something. So they're just the basic ones. But I was like, I want to have a Barbie. I'm going to buy a Barbie. Yeah, these ones are just the basic. I ain't got none of them snazzy Barbies that somebody may have. Let's see. Let's go check out the closet again. get you guys out of here. 5 seconds. And here comes Bunny exploring. What do we got going on here? Oh, wrong way. Yeah, do you see that? I am at the like. See, I like these little nutcrackers. My little Barbie collection. Yes, I'm a 39-year-old lady with Barbies. I also love these things. These little guys. These little Thai babies. Yeah, I love Minnie Mouse. I don't know. I'm a huge kid. Yeah, so there's my closet. You see, like, I used to have the biggest bear collection. My mom was obsessed with getting me bears. I love Minnie and Mickey. Check out my Minnie and Mickey. That Pez is a Minnie and Mickey thing. Yeah. Anywho, yes, I love these little Thai little things. I collect these little guys. So yeah, there we go. Everybody can make fun of Joy's toy collection. If you don't have children, you get to be a child, so you have them, I guess. No, it makes me happy. I don't know. Bright things make me happy, and toys are always very bright. You know, like kid things are bright, and that makes me happy. That's why I like in there. Those bright things make me happy, and their little faces. Oh gosh, the Thai things. Oh, their faces. They're always animals. They're so cute. Oh, speaking of an animal. There he is. I don't know how I'm ever going to potty train this guy. Because his first thing he likes to do when he comes on the bed is pee. And Richard's like... And I don't... Oh, look, hey, that's going to be he's chewing on the rabbit aid. Let him get it that way. Yeah, there's your medicine. Chew on it. Good. Richard got some chew toys. This guy needs some chew toys because he is just a chewing machine. This is pretty much the cutest bunny. You guys might not agree, but I might be a little biased. But I was really happy, but a little bit concerned, honestly, when someone said, do you want a bunny? Because I don't particularly like having pets. I like wild animals. Like we have the wild bunnies that I feed. But I didn't want that because, for one thing, I don't want to mess up a pet. You know, I'm like, you shouldn't be having a pet considering the situation going on there. And I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't have chose to have one. Richard kept saying we should get a cat to deal with the mice situation last year. But I didn't want a cat because we have backyard buddies. And I was like, cat or dog will scare them off. And I like them more than cats or dogs. I love bunnies. Bunnies my favorite animal. Bunnies and bears. Which I love bear stuffed animals. So my mom was obsessed with getting me bears. Like, that's what I got my whole life, was like stuffed animal bears, like for every occasion. It would be just bears. Oh, too active right now. Sometimes he likes to cuddle, not right now. But I didn't want, well, for one thing, I don't like the smell of animal pee. So I don't like indoor animals for that reason. So like with my dad, a lot of our animals were kind of outdoor. They'd come indoors, but they were more like we had not like a farm, but we had, you know, like 5 acres, and there, you know, we had like the bunnies were out in a pen outside with the chickens and stuff, and so you go out there and it was more like outdoor animals, you know, and the cats and dogs would come inside, but they were a lot outside. Where so I've never been a huge fan of having like the animals inside all of the time because I don't like the poo and the pee. But this guy, I'm just like, it's all right. I'll just have to deal with it here. He's crawling already. I'm just accepting it because he's just the cutest thing. And I'm just not even letting it bother me. So it's bothering Richard more than me. And even though normally I can't stand the pee thing, but I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to get over it because what he was saying, what an appropriate house to have him pee all over if he's going to pee. Because if we had a really nice house or really nice carpet, or if this place didn't already smell half the time anyway, some rancid trash or something, Gloria, she gets mad. This is why I'm laughing that she was taking the trash. She gets mad when I'm the one that buys the trash bags. And I don't fill up a trash bag all the way because I don't like it to stink. So like we get the black trash bags and they're expensive. But when it's time for it to go outside, even if it's not completely full, if it's stinking and it's time to go, you know, then I'm gonna tie it up and it's gonna. Gloria never ties a trash bag either. She just puts a trash bag without it being tied. So when you go outside, it just stinks when you open the trash. She doesn't tie trash bags. She just leaves them completely open. So every time, like even this morning I had to go, I have to tie the one that she puts in the trash outside in the garage. But the point is, she gets mad. She says, "Don't throw away the trash before it's completely full." I'm like, so that it like stinks horribly from your rancid food? No, thank you. But I'm like, I'm the one that buys the trash bags. Don't worry about it. I know they're expensive, but I'm also not gonna have the whole house reek of rancid trash. Cause something about what Gloria cooks, it just tastes. Oh, see, his kisses. It just tastes really bad. Or tastes, well, yeah, tastes and smells, like, especially afterwards. And so I'm always throwing out food, and then she wants me to like just have it like sit there for a couple days. I'm like, no way. So I take out trash every day, 100%. I dated this guy one time that had a trash can that has the lid on it, and he was a single guy, and he lived in a condo. This is a guy that I dated that was Richard's next door neighbor, and I remember that I've always been someone that goes in and cleans someone's house, but I remember since he was single, like it must have taken him like a year to fill up his trash. So he just wouldn't take the trash out, and I was cleaning his house, and I opened the trash, and it was one of those like the smell coming from that trash, and I'm like, why don't you take your trash out? Like, I don't understand people that don't take trash out. I have this obsession with trash, of like getting it out of the house. I'm like, why are we keeping stinky smelling stuff inside the house? Get that out of the house. But people will like be like, oh, it's all right because my trash can closes. But I'm like, yeah, but as soon as you open it, it's rancid smell. Get that out of here. Tie up the bag really tight, a couple times. Don't leave it open like Gloria does. And let's get the rancid smell out of the house. But people are like, oh no, just leave it till you're completely full of bag to max capacity, and so it smells forever. But yeah, so I cleaned his house. I don't think he had taken that trash out in a year because he just barely filled it up. And I was like, oh my God, how do you every day or whenever you do, maybe it's not daily, open that thing and just not take the trash out? I mean, that was a guy. So guys, I sometimes give you guys a little more slack for being messy, but women, I honestly don't give you as much slack. That's why I'm shocked with Gloria. I know I'm just a little bit double standard there, but I just feel like women tend to want to be cleaner. I'm not saying men don't, but it's like inherently, it's weird when a girl's dirty, right? Where it's more common for a boy to be dirty. I might be being sexist, but I mean, it's kind of the theme there. So it's really weird when a woman's dirty, I feel like. It's extra, like, you're like, because it's like the mom. The mom is supposed to be kind of, so women, like, are inherently like moms even when you're not a mom, though, because we potentially could be moms. So we're a little bit more doting and, clean usually than men. That's why Gloria's like, there isn't like that mom bone in your body. Like, where did that go? I don't know. Because I have it and I've never even had a kid. Anyways, what do we got here? Your Barbie's in the box, tell ya. Yeah, I know. Oh gosh, I loved Barbie. So I think I was talking about that. I used to spend hours and hours alone in my room talking to Barbie. Having them play full on things. Like, I really lived in my own reality as a kid because my sister was 2.5 years older, and I only lived with my sister full time. I have 4 stepbrothers, but I never lived with them full time. We would only go and see them, when we would go to stay with like my dad. But I lived full time with my sister only. So it's basically just like me and my sister most of my life. And then at times there would be 4 of us, because there's 2 from my stepdad. Sean and Scott are from my stepdad, and then Sean and Justin are from my stepmom. I have 2 Seans. They spell it different. Sean from my stepdad is S-E-A-N. Sean from my stepmom is S-H-A-W-N. Sean from my stepmom is autistic, and he has mental retardation. His IQ is only like 60, and he has this one other syndrome, which I always forget the name, but it makes it so he can't really talk. He's not mute, but it's like you can't really understand him. So I for years was dealing with someone with not not the same as Annette, but you know, someone with disabilities. So I used to care for my brother, so it's very easy for me to jump in and start caring for Annette because I was used to that. But it was different. It was different because Sean is 100% needs your care. 100%. Like he can't do anything on his own. And then it's hard because she technically could do everything on her own if she set her mind to it, but she doesn't. But so she was, you know, she at up until 20 something didn't have any issues. So, um, she has the capacity to do these things, but most of the time she doesn't. Where Sean has been in that state his whole life. So Sean he cannot be home alone at all. Like Sean, you can't leave him home for 5 minutes alone. Someone has to be 24/7 with him. Where Annette, when we say she can't be home alone, she can be home for like a couple hours. She'll be all right, but she really shouldn't be home for days at a time, or like even we don't like to leave her home for more than an hour. And we really don't like her home alone at all. But Gloria won't work with us on that, and sometimes we can't. But we both have to go, or I'm in New York and Richard has to do other things. But I mean, Gloria won't work with us of like, hey, can you? Because she doesn't think someone needs to be here, so she just, oh, and that's fine. So she would say, hey, good, can you be home since? Oh, it's fine. I'm going to the gym. She just thinks it's fine. And technically, she's kind of fine, but it's just that mentality of like, yeah, she was fine, and she almost oh wait. I thought this was my ladies. I get these spam things. Last warning, your phone has been, you know, they're trying fraud, they scare you. Click here, and Gloria used to fall for all those things. Oh, she gets her stuff hacked all the time. She'd be giving out her social and giving out, oh, they said they needed all these things. I feel bad for people fall. Oh no, did you chew on another one? Did that just come unplugged? I think that this charger cord is okay. You guys, charger cords. What is the deal? They have become so cheap. I get them because I get the cheap ones, but the ones that you get from like the Walmart, man, you get them. They're anywhere from like I would say $7 to $20. You know. And you're lucky if they last like a couple weeks these days. Where they used to, I know if you get the ones from Apple, they probably are much better. We do have the ones from Apple, but the ones from Apple are short. So we want those monster like 10-inch cords, but they break all the time. So I went and I just got it not that long ago, maybe a month ago, and it's so crappy. It's already it just doesn't really, it'll like kind of, but it shakes and then it doesn't want to charge and charge. But yeah, we have them 10-foot ones. The first time we gave Gloria one, she just got the biggest kick out of that. I got her a 10-foot cable because she likes to keep her phone charged, but then she'll sit and she'll have it on her bed or on the couch or on the chair over there. And she got such a kick because she can just bring it all over this 10-foot cable for her phone. But yeah, anyway, that's how we do it because you guys, I run out of battery. What am I doing? 900-hour blogs here. It's ridiculous. But I really appreciate my ladies, Peggy and Lenny. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, this must have. Oh, Lenny collected Beanie Babies too. Does this just get like frozen, or what's going on, or is it like, where's the top? Where's the bottom? Yeah, I'm confused. Oh. Why does my thing stop scrolling sometimes? Where's Annette? Let me just see if she's in her room. Hold on. It's a good question. She probably went for walks. In the morning, she likes to go on walks. That's kind of when she goes. She doesn't go very far anymore. That's why we don't worry. We used to have to set an alarm. She doesn't go far at all anymore, which is very fortunate. Kind of yes and no. I mean, I wouldn't want her to go as far as she used to, but I know she used to get a little more exercise, and that was a little bit better for her. She's been really pretty grumpy and pretty tired. I know her meds are probably we got to talk to the doctor because we're trying to find the right balance for her. The Dival Pro he doesn't really want her on that. We found when she doesn't do it at all, her moods get really. Dival Pro helps with her moods, whereas the other ones are helping more with so she's on Abilify and Ingrezza and Dival Pro. Ingrezza has helped with her symptoms from her other medication, which was, I think, called Halidon or something, Hyaluron, or I forget how you say it, but something close to that. And this was a very, very, very extreme medicine they should have never given her. It wasn't when we were around, it was many years ago, and it gave her so many side effects, like for years, even though she wasn't taking it for years, but like she never recovered from those side effects. And one of it is she pretty much had lost her dexterity in her fingers. You know, that's why she can't play the piano. And I don't know if you guys had seen one of those first videos where she had to go like this. She couldn't go like this at all, you know, she couldn't go. And now she can, and she's getting better each day, and that's the Ingrezza. So that wasn't until this last hospital trip that she ended up going, because remember I told you guys, we got in a thing where Richard said, you either eat your food or you're going to the hospital, and she said the hospital, and so that's how we got her back on her meds, because she wasn't on her meds. So it was such a fortunate day that normally Annette would have never, ever, 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 ever said the hospital, but I think she really did want to get better, which was really great, because she had been better, and then she got off her meds, because the doctor messed up her prescription, and then we were slowly watching her decline every day, which was really hard. And it was a couple months she was off her meds, and then but we were the ones making sure she was eating 100% then we were like literally spoon feeding her because she wouldn't eat, and she was getting emaciated. But now the reason why we're not focusing as much on how much she eats is she's snacking all day, which I don't like, because it's not good food, but at least she's eating, you know what I mean? So it's not a concern of if she's eating. But back then she was so emaciated and she wouldn't eat, and she wasn't on meth. She just, when she's not on her meds, she might as well be on meth, because her brain's going 100 miles an hour, and the last thing she wants to do is eat. Not even that she's not trying to eat, she's going so fast that food doesn't get, so like we would be sitting there with her, and she was wanting to eat, but she gets so distracted, so you have to literally put it in her mouth, and then she'll eat, and then she's like talking, and she was going around, you know, talking like this, dude, all the time, and then you put it, and then she'd get really worked up though, and she'd be like, start throwing the food everywhere, and it was a big drama. It was literally like had like a 2-year-old, and Richard would be sitting there spoon feeding her. This went on for several months until the one day she's like, I'm not gonna eat, because we were fighting with her to eat, because and she started saying it's cyanide and all this stuff. She did have an issue with eating for a while, because Gloria used to put her pills in her food and try and trick her, and Annette did not like that at all, and she knew that she did that, and so that's part of why she stopped eating early on, because she never trusted Gloria, and Gloria would tell us to do that, and we were like, no, and so she didn't trust us for a while. She knows we don't do that, but we would never trick her with her medicine. But I get why Gloria was trying to help, but still, it's not smart to do, and it was pretty obvious, and so it just frustrated her. And you really, technically, are not really even legally supposed to do that. You're not supposed to force someone to take their medicine. They have to, like, Annette always has to decide. We cannot make her, even when we go to the doctor, they ask her. And, like, we're going next week to hopefully get her an injection of Abilify, which will be a once a month. She gets the injection, and then she doesn't have to take the pills. But when we go on Thursday, if she doesn't want to take the injection, then they can't give it to her, and we can't make her. So if she says no on Thursday, then we stick with the pills. But we're hoping she says yes, because she's done it before, but it just depends. You know, it's totally up to however her mood is that day. But we're going to talk to him again. He was wanting her off the Dival-Pro, which when she went in the hospital, they put her on Dival-Pro, and then her new doctor said, let's take her off that, because we were talking, but when we took her off of it, she was not doing well. So I need to talk to him, but then when she does too much Dival-Pro, she just sleeps all day. So I need to talk to him about maybe a different mood disorder one, because they got her on stuff for the schizoaffective, but then they also have her on stuff for bipolar, and then they also have her on stuff like the Ingrezza to help with the symptoms from the other things. So, but what's happening is, when you have too many medicines, they can start to, counter affect each other, and also have other symptoms, but also just too much sleep. And like yesterday, she was really sleepy, so I'm wondering if her medicine is starting to be too much again. But I don't know. Annette, you never know with her. Some days she's so happy, and some days she's so not. And but she's never as sad as she used to be. You know what I mean? Like, she used to be screaming and crying every day. So She's walking. I figured. Morning is her favorite time to go for a walk. It's also beautiful here in the morning. I'm kind of jealous. Actually, yesterday when I walked to the club, I was so, I'm so jealous of the fact that we can't use that club because it's so nice. Did you guys see that? But there's no way. Okay, so if they allow 2 per household memberships when you pay your HOA dues, but if you don't, then in order to get more passes, it's $1,000 a year per person. So in order for me and Richard to go, we'd have to pay $2,000 a year. We're like, that seems like a lot to use a club. But I mean, it's a nice club, and there's like 3 of them. Gloria was at the one closest to us, but there's like 2 other ones. We're in a huge community here, and they have a golf course and everything. And she wasn't even able to use that until we paid her HOA dues. And now she just goes and gallivants. I say gallivants, she gallivants all day. But I love when someone was said elderly abuse. You guys saw yesterday, she's like, oh, I'm retired. I sit by the pool all day and go to my exercise class and basically do nothing my whole life. But I'm glad she gets to go. Believe me, it's not like I'm saying, well, obviously we didn't do that. We could switch. Me and Richard could switch and have it be us. They would let us do that here. We wouldn't do that to Gloria and Annette. I mean, that'd be awful. So people think like we're mean. I'm like, no, we're trying to make it as nice as possible. It comes off mean because we're dealing with someone who's so irritating and is so like every time fighting us when we're trying to make things better. And I don't mean to bitch about Gloria, but Gloria, the reason why I bitch about Gloria is because Annette's whole well-being is centered around Gloria, which is so unfortunate. So if Gloria's upset, Annette's upset. If Gloria's happy, Annette's happy. Right now, Gloria's not super happy. She's a little bit happy because of her blog yesterday, but she still kind of feels like people are a little bit making fun of her, I think, which we kind of are. And it doesn't help when Richard's got me on full blast on a megaphone out there. I didn't know it, and all the ladies are hearing everything I'm saying. So that didn't help. And it's not that I'm trying to say it behind their back. It's just I'm talking to you guys, and I don't care if Gloria hears. I also say, Annette doesn't like when I talk about Gloria. I honestly don't care if Gloria hears. I'll tell her to her face what I tell you guys. I have most of the time. Most of the things I've said, and that's why it's frustrating. I've told her what I think of her of how she's dealt with things. I've told her but I'm tired of making her feel bad because I don't want to make her feel bad. But it's like, I'd be like, I just don't understand how you just don't care. That's what that whole video was that one time with the pancakes. I was like, how do you not care? How can you not care? I just don't get it. And it's just weird. I mean, you guys see on the video, it's just like, she's this weird thing where she acts like she's like this stellar mom and like, that's doing so great because of her and that she understands schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder and all this. And then she's like always, and that the only reason that doesn't have teeth is because she couldn't get to a psychiatry appointment one time. Like, we're not even talking about like later. We're talking about why didn't you teach your daughter to brush her teeth when she was a child before she had her. Richard is just almost as bad at teeth as his sister because their mom taught them no hygiene. They were dirty. They didn't shower. She teaches them no. Gloria is dirty. She only bathes, I think, at the gym. She never bathes here. Never. In the year that I lived here, Gloria has been in that bathroom twice to bathe. In a year. I think she bathes at the gym. I hope. I'm not kidding. She's only used that bathroom twice to bathe. And one was, we set up the bathtub for her. We thought she would want to take a nice bath. She was in there like 5 minutes. She's like, okay, I'm done. we got her bath salts and Epsom salts. The whole thing. I mean, her nice bubble bath. She was in there like 5 minutes. I got them done. Like, okay. She literally was only 2. I think she showers at the gym. I mean, she must. I don't know how someone couldn't shower for a year. But no, I mean, Gloria doesn't. And she's very strange. Very dirty and weird. But part of it is the issue. I don't know if you guys were in the blog earlier. The water. Like, I'd have Richard come fix it. It's messed up. But we would do it for her. All she needs to say is, Richard is the one that does it. If you need the water for a shower or bath, you got to go to Richard. I can't get it. I don't know why. He has got the magic touch to it. It's just this weird thing where you keep having to pull the nozzle in and out, in and out, in and out, and in and out, in and out to get the right temperature. It's like this little thing, but if you do it wrong, you'll break it. So he's always like, don't do it, because I always do it wrong. Just call me. So I was trying to do it, and I almost broke it. And that's when I was, earlier when you guys were blogging with Richard and Annette, I was like, Richard, I need help. Because it's scalding. You're sitting in there, like you might have your water set, and then you're like, let me change the temperature just a smidge. You're like, it's scalding. So you're like, it starts burning in the bathtub. You're like, Richard! You turn it off, and then it either goes one way or the other. It either goes where it's freezing, and I have to have him come give me some warm water, or it's scalding, and I gotta have it. And I've had it where he filled up the bath before I got in there, and I didn't think to check in. I stick my foot in, and I'm like, oh! I mean, it goes. It's like it was numb. It was gone. It was just like, oh, because this is scalding water, scalding. That's why the ladies got a little bit scared to take showers and stuff, because it's scary. But at this point, I mean, all she has to do is ask Rich, and he gets it set up for you. But yeah, I guess Gloria goes to the gym. I mean, and otherwise, I mean, she looks cleaner than, unless she is just going in the pool. I don't know. I mean, this is how we don't know. I did get her a shampoo and conditioner that she takes to the pool, so she must shower there. I don't know. I mean, it's weird to not know if your mother-in-law has showered in a year, right? These are not normal people problems. Good job. I got Peggy and Lenny strong arming with their wrenches. You go, ladies. My bunny, I'm sorry for people who don't like bunnies, but he has this thing that he likes to sit in his food bowls to eat. See? I got him these bowls. Actually, I happen to have these bowls. I got these bowls one day. I thought they were cute. They're for cats, and I don't even know why I got them, because we didn't have a pet. And then I was like, oh my God, I can use these finally. But I thought they were cute one day, and I had him just sit around. But look, he sits in there, and then he eats, but then he poos in that bowl too. But he's eating pellets, and I'm like, you're going to end up eating your poo pellets, because they're mixing together. See, he don't like this. Is just getting messy. I really need to today. I'm doing it. Today I'm taking out the bottom. See, you remove the tray at the bottom there. It's super easy. And but he's got to get a fresher up with that food. He don't like when it starts getting like that. See, he sits in his bowl to eat, and he poos the whole time in his bowl. So I listened to whoever that was yesterday that told me, thank you. I feel like an idiot when I don't know these things. To not put the food outside of the cage so that they poo when they eat. He seems to poo no matter what. He likes to turd bomb the place, but that did help. So, and I was tempted this morning. I wanted to give him some cabbage outside the cage. I'm like, nope, leave it in the cage. So someone help with that. You do. Yes, Alicia. Alcoholic narcissists. I can imagine. Alcoholics can be very difficult. My dad's an alcoholic. My dad's side were all alcoholics. My grandpa was, and then my grandma moved him up. My family's from California, my dad's. My mom's is from New York, my dad's is from California. Like, my dad's family, they were, like, all born in California. They're native to California for, like, a long time. Like I said, my grandma was Native American, native to California. And great-grandma. Great. Let's get it right. So I don't get the benefits or whatever being Native American. But not that I care. I just like that I'm Native American because I feel like it gives me my I'm very in tune with nature and stuff, and I feel like I get that from my native side. And it also allows me to be able to tan because I'm Irish and Scottish without the Native American, and so my mom was a redhead with the fairest skin with freckles all over her body, and she would actually get sun poisoning and skin poisoning. So let's see. Does anybody? Let's see real quick. For some of my people who have not. 1 second here. I want to look at something. Oops. Oh, hold on. Bear with me in 5 seconds, you guys. Talk to yourselves. 5 seconds here. So this is my mom. That's me as a baby. So my mom had red hair and very fair skin. And freckles. So my mom couldn't be in the sun. She would get those sun poisoning. She would bring like the umbrellas that you put on a table to the beach if she had to go. She's like, I ain't gonna get summer. She had like this monster umbrella, to go, and she many times got like sun poisoning and stuff because she would her skin was so fair. In this, hold on, I'll show you guys a couple photos here real quick. Hold on, 5 seconds here. I want to show you my sister. So here's my mom, my mom and sister when we were kids. So my sister's the blonde, and I'm the dark hair. That was Easter, but my sister is who I grew up with, but she lives now in this is when my mom died. This was the last time I ever saw my mom. See, she wasn't did good. Like, yeah, you can see I was kind of chubby then. See me, I was in the Air Force. Near my mom, she was depressed then. She had a little hat on, and that's my stepdad. Oh, hey, there's my ladies. So yeah, this was October 2005, and she died November 2005. That's last time. Okay, what did my ladies say here? Oh, yeah. Oh, about that was Peggy. Do you mean the death, or like how she died, or why she died, or which part of the whole thing? I guess I'll just kind of get to it. So my mom always struggled with eating disorders her whole life. That she was very into being thin. That was just like insanely important to her. And she very early on made me get eating disorder. I mean, it was. I'll say it was her fault 100%. Because I mean, she turned me on to laxatives. She even turned me on to ipecac syrup, which is the worst thing you could ever do. You give that to someone if they drink poison.
Well, the military didn't have
You don't give that to someone for bleeding. It flushes out all of everything out of your stomach, and it's really horrible. It's an emergency thing, and she's like, oh, you could use this. That's crazy. My mom was a little nutty, but she was a really good mom in the sense of like loving. Like I felt so much love my whole life, and she did everything for me. So like she always did my laundry, always cooked, always cleaned. Was the first person there, always waiting for me for after school. She came to every sporting event. I mean, like she was like. My mom would be first in line for this when everyone comes to pick up the kids at school. My mom was always first in line, and she had gotten there like an hour before school got out. And if she worked at the school, sometimes she worked at the school, sometimes she worked at the school. So I was going to. It just depended. She was always changing jobs, but then she'd come in and wait for me after class. But if she had driven there, she'd be first in line, and she'd be out of her car, waving for me as if I didn't know, didn't see her. She was like, John. And I'm like, hi, Mom. Everybody knew my mom. She was like, everyone loved her, but she was wacky. She was wacky, but in a good way, in like a funny way. But everyone loved her. She was very jovial. She was a youth pastor. All the kids loved her. She did the high school youth group and the junior high, and we did them all at our house. So we were like church central. I went to church things about 5 days a week, were church events, because we went to church on Sunday. We did youth group on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, and we did Bible study on Friday night. And so we always had people at the house, even though we lived in small houses. We had apartments, and my mom would have like 20 people over for a Bible study in a little apartment, and the neighbors would be all complaining and stuff. All these church people singing the gospel songs and stuff, you know, and people are probably trying to do their drugs next door. It's like low income apartment. Like, what the heck are these Jesus freaks doing next door? You know, but my mom was really, really, really into the church. Really into the church. I mean, we used to, when I was really young, she would drive an hour. She liked to go to this church in Sacramento. So we had to go to an hour to the church, too. Hour there, hour back. So that tacked on a lot of time of the day of like even just an hour drive from church.
That Casper was saying you need a better ring light.
Oh.
No, really. Yeah,
I was telling you guys I need a ring light.
No,
Casper
this
said,
is
look at the cutie. Yeah, you see, he don't mind if he's in his cage as long as, oops, I hate when I hit it like, as long as that door's open. Then he's fine. But if I close that door, he'll be so darn mad. Should I do it? Let's see. Let's see if I'll do it. We're going to play with Casper. Let's see what happens when you close the door. I know I shouldn't mess with him. It makes me laugh. He said, excuse me. Oh, I don't want to do it. It's too cruel. He's like, no. See? He's like, see? He goes, Oh, look at him. I didn't want to do it. He rolled on his back. But he loves that door open. He doesn't like the idea that he can't get out. He doesn't necessarily want to get out, but he don't want to not be able to get out. So I won't do it. It's so cute. You know, excuse me. Okay, my mom. So she got me into eating disorders very early on, and she had eating disorders her whole life. And what happened is my mom's pretty much whole focus was me her whole life. And she used to say, when you leave, like, I'm not going to make it. Basically, like, I kind of knew she might even. I never thought my mom would commit suicide, but I knew she was always suicidal, if that makes sense. But I never thought she would actually do it. And I still don't know if she actually did it. And that's what's hard. I don't know if my stepdad aided, because I still don't know if she was actually able to do it. Because she supposedly shot herself in the heart. But my stepdad was the one that gave her access to the gun when she was suicidal. So I don't know why that happened. And I don't believe his story of why it happened. So I don't know. And no one will let me know anything more. My sister said she'd get a restraining order against me if I bring up again questioning my stepdad on the death story, even though it's all different stories, which I'll get into in a minute. And my sister called the cops on me when I started questioning. They showed up. Just like someone, no, you guys aren't the first to do that. My sister did it to me because I was kind of questioning if my stepdad was involved in any way. Because even at first I was like, well, I could see she was suicidal and maybe she couldn't pull the trigger and maybe he helped because to help her get out of her misery. But at the end of the day, if you aid someone in suicide, it's still murder, even if they wanted you to do it. And my stepdad was a big enough dick that if she wanted him to do it, he would have done it. But someone that really cares about someone could never do that. But he was abusive and he beat my mom and stuff anyways. So I could see that he could do that, but I'm not allowed to question or find out the facts. So as far as I know, she committed suicide. The only reason why it would make a difference to me is it would feel better. It would feel better and worse both ways. But one thing that would make me feel better is that she didn't abandon me if he was the one that did it, even if she had told him to, because I find it hard to believe that she ever pulled the trigger, considering what kind of mom she was. But I won't ever know probably unless my stepdad ever tells me, which he won't. So, and he's the only one that knows the truth. He was the only one that was there. And the police won't ever investigate it, and they didn't care to investigate it in the first place because it was in Gold Beach, Oregon, and it was a tiny little town. There's like 8 police there, and they just easily were like, suicide, perfect, done, and that was the end of that. And when I called, they didn't even get back to me on, I wanted to find out info, and I've never read her suicide note. That's the other question of if it was fully suicide, because my stepdad has given me 3 different stories of where the suicide note is and why I haven't seen it ever. And my sister claims she's read it, but she wouldn't tell me what was in it. So I think she just lied to cover up with my stepdad, which I don't know why she's doing that. Because I know she's not involved if she was, but it's like she doesn't even want to even think that like he could be involved. But then I'm like, he was an asshole that like beat our mom. So like, I don't know why you wouldn't want to question him when he had the guns that were locked up. And so the story is, this is the story I've been told my whole life. Well, most since it happened. The story was, so my mom was not doing great after I went into the military, but she was living in Placerville, which she'd lived for years, and she loved everybody there. But I guess her and my stepdad got this great idea to move to Gold Beach, Oregon, while I was in the military. And, because she wanted to live near the ocean, but the problem up there is it's really, really cold and really, really dreary, and the ocean is not enjoyable there. It's I mean, it's pretty, but it's miserably cold. And my mom had no friends there, and so I guess when they moved up there, she got really depressed right away. I was in the military. I didn't know what was going on. I was in Oklahoma, and they were in Oregon now at this point, and this was 2005. I had joined the military in 2002. My mom visited me a bunch of times and stuff, and she, and we talked on the phone every single day. And she wrote me a million letters, and my mom was obsessed with writing letters. So when I was in basic training, I received about 200 letters in 2 weeks time, basically. You're there for 4 weeks. They would be overwhelmed with the amount of letters because my mom would write several letters a day. So when the letters came in, because you only got your letters like once a week, so you're there 4 weeks, you only got your letters, I think, once a week. So by the time I would get my letters, it was embarrassingly ridiculous, the amount of letters that came from my mother. And they'd be like, trainee, I was about to say my last name, my old last name. I probably shouldn't say, although you guys know now my new last name, so you probably can figure out my old last name. But they'd be like, trainee, whatever. And not again. And they'd literally be like, your mother needs a life. Because you could see who it was from and stuff. But they'd be like calling off the name because they call you. And it was like, mine was consistent. I'll just say Joy. But over and over, Joy, 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 Joy. It was embarrassing. Because it wasn't like I had all of these people. They're like, this is all from your mom. And so, you don't really even get the opportunity to read your mail. So she just wrote me like million letters that I never got to read. And she did that for years. So my mom would write letters, emails, and talk to you on the phone. And in your letters and emails were all of the same things that she talked to you on the phone about. So by the time you got a letter or email, it'd already be older than what she probably already talked to you on the phone about. So you often didn't even read her letters or emails. And she had horrible handwriting, which I have really nice handwriting, which is because my dad made a big effort to be like, we don't want you to have handwriting like your mother, which she started to teach me my handwriting, and then it was bad. So they sent me to special handwriting classes so that I didn't write like my mother. It was just really, really illegible. My dad has beautiful handwriting, but my mom's is awful. My mom was very much kind of speedy. Like she wasn't ever on drugs, but she was on drugs but not realizing. Does that make sense? She liked things like over-the-counter drugs that she didn't realize were bad, like diet pills, or she even liked those allergy antihistamines, which actually have a little bit of the stuff that they use to make meth. They buy those allergy pills to make meth. I forget what the thing is. It's this. I think it's I'll think of the word of that medicine that they use to but it's in allergy medicine. And so allergy medicine can make you pretty wacky if you take it regularly, if you're not careful, because it has, does anyone know which word I'm trying to say? There's whatever they use, what is it? Okay, whatever is, you get it from, she's saying this way, chlorcidine or something, I don't know. But it's in the allergy medicine, and that's how people make meth. They buy those allergy pills, and then they extract whatever that is, and that's so if you're taking the allergy medicine, you can get a little bit of that speedy whatever, ephedrine. Okay, there we go. And then they used to have ephedrine in all the diet pills, which they took it out. So my mom had gotten into those things, but so she didn't Sudafed. Thank you, Sudafed. Thank you. There we go. Sudafed. Thank you, everybody. Sometimes I get brain farts. Sudafed. That's in the allergy medicine. So people who don't do drugs, like my mom didn't do any sort of street drug ever. I think when she was a kid, she did some weed, and that was it. My mom didn't drink alcohol, so she was very sensitive to little things. So like even the little bit of Sudafed she was getting in her allergy medicine really sent her rocking. So for years she was doing that, and when they cut that out, that caused her major withdrawals from just her allergy medicine. I remember her freaking out when she wouldn't have her allergy medicine, and then what happened is they discontinued the ephedrine. I think was in the one that she really liked, and then they still I think have the Sudafed, but she I think liked the ephedrine, which they kind of started taking out because people were having a lot of issues with ephedrine. I know my stepmom had gotten on the diet pills and was losing her hair and everything. I mean, it's not good. So what happened is when they moved to Oregon, they had discontinued the medicine she liked. So they now are in a cold area. It's depressing. She's not near her friends, and she doesn't have this speedy medicine that she didn't realize she was addicted to per se, because she's just buying it at the Walgreens or something. So my mom didn't think those were drugs. You know what I mean? And a lot of people are that way, where they don't think the thing that comes from their doctor per se is a drug, which is way more intense than a lot of street drugs even. So she got off that, and then they're in Oregon, and so it just sent her, I guess she's bipolar too. So she had been so excited, I guess, when they first moved. I wasn't here for any of this. I heard this later, that she was so excited about her new home because, we had always been poor, and she'd only ever owned 2 homes. They finally bought one when I was in high school. This is the first time they bought a home was when I was in high school. Before that, we rented and moved a million times. So when I was in high school, they bought a house, and that was the house they sold. It was a tiny little house. We had this tiny 2-bedroom like shack. It was so small. When I was in high school, it was so tiny. They sold that one, and that's how they bought a manufactured home. The kind that come on the trucks. My mom was all excited about her little manufactured home they put together. They were 2 different sides they put together. And I was like, I don't have a lot of money. These guys. So I'm not used to like this wastefulness of money. So my mom got her little manufactured home. She was so excited. It was yellow and white. She was all excited, and I guess she just going through berserk on a high of like, oh, all excited, and then she crashed. And so what happened is I was 20. I was in the Air Force. I had not been through any of this time of seeing her excited. I hadn't even visited yet because they had just moved there. And I got a call from my stepdad one day. It was the end of October, right near Halloween, because I ended up going back to the Air Force like on Halloween Day. And he said, your mom is doing really, really bad. You need to come home like immediately. Like she's really, really depressed. Like really depressed. Like we don't know what to do. Me and Sarah, because my sister had been visiting. My sister was living in California. My mom was in Oregon, so it was a little bit easier for her to visit, but she was still a little ways. So I get emergency leave from the Air Force. I go home for 2 weeks, and my mom is like a vegetable. I mean, she was a zombie. She didn't speak. She just glared at you. If she did speak, she would just be like, darkness, black, it's black, it's a black hole. And she would glare at you most of the time because she was really angry, and she wouldn't eat. And we were bathing her, like you put her in the bathtub and you bathe her, and she just glare at you. And then I remember I took her for a drive to the ocean, and she was really, really cold because she was getting emaciated because she wouldn't eat. And we were walking on the beach, and she had like all these clothes on because she was so cold. And I remember, like, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm about to kill my mom, because she would, like, her heart was like I was like, oh my gosh, mom, we gotta go home, because she was so not doing well that like even this walk on the beach I thought would be nice, it was really I'm like, oh my gosh. So I get her back in the car and take her home, and because she usually used to love the beach, and that was a bad idea. So then, and I took her one time to the store, and she used to be so friendly, and these ladies, oh, hi, Laura, her name's Laura, and she just glared at them, and I'm like, oh, she's not feeling well right now and stuff. And so we go so only twice did we go out in the 2 weeks. The rest of the time, my stepdad tried to take her on a motorcycle ride on the back of his motorcycle. She didn't want that. She did not like that. It was like we were like torturing her, and she come back and she just pissed off. And so, but she wouldn't talk, and it just sits there. We're just trying to like, you know, anything, watch movies, mom, you know, and she's like just sitting there like a zombie. And so then I have one day, but at night, I would hear, she would start being all like high in a sense. And my stepdad said it was the sleeping pills making her high at night. So she started being like, oh, talking all this nonsense, all this grandiose nonsense. Oh, da, da, da. But then in the morning, there'd be no talking. And I would only hear this from the room I was staying in. Like I said, it's my first time I hadn't been to their house. So I didn't have like a bedroom. They had a room. And so I was staying in there and I could hear her at night. And the first time it happened, I was like, what's that? Oh yeah, in the middle of the night, she gets all this energy from her sleeping pills, I guess, making her high, because they'd have to give her sleeping pills because she wasn't sleeping and all this stuff. So one day I saw that me and her, we'd read the Bible to her because that was her thing. So me and my stepdad would read the Bible to her and sit there, and I was going through her Bible and I saw that she had a suicide note in her Bible during the 2 weeks I was there. So I talked to her and I tried to express that I needed her and, you know, don't commit suicide and all this stuff. And, you know, she didn't really respond or anything, but I didn't really still think she was ever going to commit suicide, you know, because she had been suicidal before. I really didn't think she was going to commit suicide. But I thought we'd had a good conversation about it, but I had to go. I had to go back to the Air Force. I was only allowed to be home for 2 weeks. So I went back, and it was like Halloween, and what I made it extra hard is right before she went into depression, she got really, really mad at me because she had set up this overdraft protection to my bank account with her credit card, because when I was in the Air Force one time, I overdrafted my account because I was young. And she's like, oh, let me set up my credit card so that doesn't happen again. But I was young and stupid, and I was drinking and, you know, gallivanting with my friends. So, like, I would let my account get overdrawn sometimes, and it would go to her credit card. And I didn't think it was that big of a deal because I thought I would just pay her back. And she never mentioned it, and so I didn't know what was going over because it wouldn't tell me, you know, and I wasn't keeping track. And so I figured if it was an issue, she'd let me know if it was ever like a big amount. Well, apparently she waited too long, and then it was a big amount, and I don't know what it was. I still to this day I don't know how much it was, because I don't know. I was just like going out, we're going to bars and stuff, we're in the military, and you're running your stuff, buying people drinks, you overdraft, you know. I don't know, so it went on for a couple of months. But by the time she called me, she was livid. She was absolutely livid, because she felt very violated that I would abuse her niceness of letting her add her credit card, and then I charged a bunch of stuff basically to her credit card by it coming from my overdraft protection. And beyond livid, like insane. Like, she basically was saying that I was like the worst daughter alive, and wrote me like these horrible messages, email after email. While I was in the Air Force, she would send it to my work email, and so I'd go into work, and then just these horrid messages, like just going off on me. And those are like the last things my mom ever said to me, is just like horrible, horrible stuff. And that, so, cause she never spoke again to me. It was just that. So like my last time of her speaking was her saying how awful it was, like basically that I was the worst daughter alive, basically, and how dare I do that to her, and da da da. And so for many years I felt that since I overdraft her credit card is why she committed suicide, which was really difficult. So, because that's basically what she implied. And so I go back to the Air Force, and that's on Halloween. And on November 18th, I get a call on a Friday night. It may have been November 17th when he called, I can't remember which day they go off of, if they go off of the Friday or the Saturday. But I guess I'd have to look at what the date was, because what November 18th was in 2005, it was a Friday or Saturday, because that was the day she died. But what happened is, he called on a Friday night, my stepdad, and he said, your mom's missing. And she took a gun and left a note. And I'll was like, okay. And that's like, he's like, so I'll call you when we find out more info. And then I was like with my boyfriend at the time, and I just didn't know what to think. And then the next morning, I get a call on my way home because I stayed the night at my boyfriend's house, and I get a call on the way home, and my stepdad was like, so we found your mom, and she shot herself. And I was like, oh, is she okay? And he's like, I just remember him just saying, like, super sternly, like, no, Joy, she's dead. And I was like, and then in that moment, like, I just remember, like, it was like waterworks. I was driving, so I remember I was like, I needed, like, windshield wipers for my eyes because I couldn't, it was, and I had to get home because I just was like, I was in a panic, and I was close to home. But I remember I probably should have just stopped the car, but I drove, and I was like, I couldn't see. I was driving, I could barely see because I was like, so then I come home, and I was living with my roommate, who was a guy who was a black male from the Air Force. His name was Blake, sweetest guy, bless his heart. But we were on the third floor, and I come like sprinting in the house in like this uncontrollable, like all my neighbors seem like, because I come out of my car like, and barrel up the stairs, and go into my room. He has his room. He was in his room. He comes. He didn't know what the hell's. I mean, because this is. It's just I can't breathe. I'm like, like this, like gasping and just like not even being able to like come up for breath of any sort, and it goes on for hours. I think we later figured out it was about 4 hours, and Blake's just standing there. And like no one knows. The neighbors have come over now, and like, is she okay? No one knows, because no one knows why I'm doing this at this point, because I haven't even been able to get a breath to tell anybody, and no one in the world knows that my mom is dead except for my stepdad at this point and my sister. So no one else knew. My dad didn't even know yet. And so, but I couldn't even get the words out to tell anybody. So, luckily my sweetheart stands there. He literally stood there because he was just in shock. Like, I remember he stood there, and I was on my bed, and I was trying to communicate to him what was going on, but I couldn't. And he just stood there, and this goes on for hours, and then finally I get a breath, and I'm like, he's like, because he's kind of being like, what's wrong? Is it okay? And I'm like, my mom, because he knew my mom. He's like, she's sick. What's wrong? And I'm like, finally get out. She's dead. And then he's just like, because the whole time he said he thought my boyfriend had broke up with me. He was thinking I was like in this ballistic like thing because my boyfriend. Oh, there's my lady. And there's pain. Thank you. Strong pain. Gotcha. He's thinking my boyfriend broke up with me, so he's thinking I'm like a drama queen. Sorry for my nose right now from crying and niche tissue. And he later. Excuse me. He later apologizes to me and says, I seriously was judging you. Like, I seriously thought you were so out of line until you told me what happened, and now I feel like the biggest asshole. But luckily with him, not luckily in the sense that that's an unfortunate thing, but luckily he was so able to relate to me because his father had died when he was young. His father had been a shrimp fisherman, shrimper, and it got lost at sea when he was like 12. And so when he as soon as he heard that it was my mom that died, like he understood that at like the level. And so then it was fortunate that I had a roommate that could understand the grief I was going through. And so he was really cool about it. But unfortunately, he got sent on a deployment that he was gone for 6 months from the Air Force. So I was home alone for like 6 months after my mom died, which was kind of bad. And that's when like my bulimia got really bad. And I actually at times, Blake had a gun, which I never found, luckily, when he was gone. But I went looking for his gun when he was gone, because I was suicidal early on. And I did try to commit suicide 3 times in my life with pills. And I tried. Like, people think it's like a fake thing. No. bottle. I passed out, and the only thing that kept me alive is I vomited it during my sleep, and this happened 3 times. And I would be irritated when I woke up. Like, I was mad I woke up. I was like, that sucks. You want to kill yourself, and then you wake up? I can't even accomplish killing myself. I mean, it was like, now I'm so thankful that I thank the Lord and the universe that day. And I always feel like I thank my mom. I think she stepped in from the other side to be like, this isn't fair that Joy dies so soon because I kill myself. Because I kept trying to kill myself. And in other ways, whether it be bulimia or drinking and stuff. And I was like, I was on a death mission. When I went to Panama, and I think Peggy just said something. Oh, thank you, Peggy. She said, everybody's thanking you for being so open and honest. Thank you, everybody. But when I went to Panama the first time, it was pretty much on a death mission. Me and Richard, we were just pretty much going to go to Panama and just pretty much kill ourselves through alcohol. I was drinking a 1.5 liters of Abuelo rum every day by myself. More if I could get it. Richard would get he was drinking too, but I was the main alcoholic, and I would sneak it. Like, he would try to get me to stop sometimes a little bit, and I would, like, if he was gone, I would just start chugging like a bottle of alcohol, and then when he'd get back, he would know immediately. Like, I'd be like, oh no, I didn't drink. I was a really bad alcoholic. In order to get out of bed, he'd have to give me 3 to 4 shots to get out of bed. We'd call, oh, let's see, is this? I see on that phone, it says, Joy, are you getting this? Who is that? Is that Lenny? Because I don't have it on my other phone. I wonder. I can't see it on this one. And they should be synced up. I just got a thing. I don't know. Oh, thank you. That's very nice, Lenny. It's Lenny. Okay, Lenny, you're on that one. I don't know why he's not giving me my other phone. I see, Lenny, you're up there. Actually, it's telling me. So that'll work, Lenny, because it keeps telling me. But if I think I pull this up, it'll get rid of you guys. But I'm seeing what you're saying. But I don't know why it's not coming to my other phone. So we have one phone that's only a Wi-Fi phone. It doesn't have cellular because it was a phone that was in a different plan or whatever. So I need a different number or something. Okay. I wonder why. You know, I'm gonna. The number just went away. I'm gonna get Rich to work on this in a second, but 1 second, Lenny. Let me get this. Richard? Are you in the back? He's in the bathroom. See, that phone is connected to. Are you messaging a number? Is it a number that you're messaging, or is it an email that it went through, Lenny? I wonder because it's weird. So, cause it should be coming to my. These phones are supposed to mirror each other. So, like, when you message there, it's supposed to message here. That's why I don't know why it's not coming here. But we'll figure this out. But I'm seeing your message, so you could keep messaging. I just can't respond right now because it's not. I got Peggy's over here, but not yours. I don't know why. It's weird. And when I messaged you over here, it said message send failure to Lenny on this phone. So I don't know, some of this iCloud thing. We'll figure it out. We'll get it figured out. Messing the number you gave me in the email. Oh, text now. That's what did you give her a text now?
I gave her the text now because
that's why our issue.
Yeah.
You're doing the text now, which is only on this phone. All right, mystery solved. We also gave my iMessage number
to both.
But
well, we texted, yeah.
You know what?
But she didn't get the. But
do you have? Is that text now thing only on this phone? That's the issue. Okay, so we got to wait.
Put it on the other phone too.
Oh, if you put it on here, then we can get Lenny. Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah, careful, Bunny's door's open, so he's in his cage. But okay, that's what it is. You're coming through the text now. We have a text now. We have text now on both phones, but you know what? We have the text now. We have a different text now number on the other phone for my other job. But So this one is that's why I was like, why would that not work? Because when it comes to like our iMessage, those all go together. And now, mystery solved. But first we gave the text now, and I don't like text now. I don't like those stupid apps. So I said, just give him the real number. So he's gonna message you, Lenny, and then we'll get this all resolved. Because Peggy's got it now, Lenny will get it. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Yeah. So, oh yeah, back. It's fine. Only thing that happens when you interrupt me is I might not finish the story, but all you do is get me back on the story, and I'll go back because I'm like one of those like, it's weird. I can almost like. It's not. It's like it's weird. I almost tell the story the same every time. I have to almost try to not because I have this weird thing of like. I don't know. I just I'll get in a mode where I can just like, the way what how do you say like it's I don't want to say like a trance, but it's like you get me off my trance, then you just gotta get me back on. You know what I mean? Like I'm like I get on this like mode where I'm going here, and I might go this way, but all you gotta do is just steer me back, and I'll be back. You know? So that's how weird I am. But if you don't steer me back, I might be off all over here for a long time. But yeah, so my mom, what was hard that when I visited her, so the call, okay, so I visited her and I had to leave, and then I get that call that she took the gun and is missing, and then I get the call that morning, and then Blake, I'll rush home, neighbors, and then what happened is I immediately had to go home, but I called my dad, so now I finally am able to have a breath, and I tell Blake that my mom's dead and that she killed herself and whatever, and then so I immediately called my dad, who my dad and mom had been divorced for many years. My dad had an affair on her, and that's who my current stepmom is, the woman he had left my mom for, and my dad at first was pretty cool about it. I mean, he was shocked, and he said he'd give me a plane ticket right away to go home. But I remember he couldn't get me one till the next day, and I was upset because like I was like, I want to go now, which he's like, I'll get you one for tomorrow. So I left the next day to go. So my stepdad called me Saturday morning, and then I left to go Sunday morning back to California, and then I spent 2 weeks in California. But during the time that I was in California, we were not allowed to question my stepdad about anything. My sister made this rule that you don't ask him anything, like as far as don't ask like why did she have a gun kind of thing. So what he told me, the story when he called on that morning, is he said, we found your mom, and she's dead, you know, in that part. And then he said, how we found her is she had a little red backpack. What? She had a little red backpack that we found that strolled down the river, because they had oh, that's right. Okay, so never mind. That's right. Okay. So they lived by a creek, or like it was like a creek or a river like thing, little in the back of their house. And I guess she had gone down into the woods to hide herself, to kill herself. She didn't want it to be like in the house and make a mess or something. So she went down by the trees and stuff in this river. And my stepdad said that they found this red backpack that had floated down the river, and that's how they traced it back. Like they saw the backpack, and they were able to go up the river, and they found her. And that she had shot herself in the heart, was the story that I heard. And then he said, I'm here, I'm going to go to the coroner, and we're going to get her cremated. Do you want to see her body before we get her cremated? And I was still in there's Lindsay. And I was still in Oklahoma when he was asking me these questions, because it was that first day, and I was like, no, I don't think I need to see the body, because I didn't really want to see my mom with the hole in her heart, you know. So I said, no, you can deal with that, with the cremation. And then so they were in Oregon, so the funeral was going to be in California, because that's where we're from, and that's where all of her friends are, and where her family is. And we went and stayed with my uncle, her brother, when she first died, in Sacramento. But I didn't think anything of it because I'd seen that suicide note, so I assumed. Oh, but he didn't have the suicide note at the memorial. My mom was 46, and her name is Laura Jean, and she was from Long Island, New York, and but we lived in California. You know, she hadn't been to Long Island since she was like 18, but she never, ever became a Californian. She was 100% a New Yorker till the day she died. She had the accent as thick as the day she left New York, the day she died. I mean, she just loved being a New Yorker. I mean, if she met someone from New York, they would talk for like 900 hours. Oh, you miss them Nathan Coney Island hot dogs too? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, nothing like them. Like that pretzels, nothing like that bagels, nothing like that beef, like that pie, nothing like a New York pie, you know, on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And I didn't know what they were talking about most of the stuff till I got there, and now I'm seeing why she loved New York so much. And I love New York. I love New York. When I go to New York, because my whole life I heard about it over and over, like everything, but I didn't even necessarily know what those things were until I go there, and I'm like, oh, is what she's talking about. And so, and I get why she loves New York. I mean, it's amazing, but it's hard to live there. But it's such an amazing place, and there's so much potential, and it's so alive, and you feel so amazing when you're in Manhattan, especially. It's just like the energy there is unreal. But there's a lot of lame people there too. And the thing I really don't like about Manhattan is the difference in social classes. Of like, it's very obvious you have the wealthy people, and then you have basically like slaves there. I mean, they're paid slaves basically. I mean, you feel like some of the people that are working there, because they're very, very poor, and they're coming like on the subway 2.5 to 3 hours from the Bronx and all over, you know, and you know, way up in northern parts of New York to come work in Manhattan. And I really don't like how I feel like there's a lot of white people with money there, and a lot of darker skinned people are basically their slaves, which upsets me because it feels very much like we haven't really advanced at all. Like, since back when we had slaves, when you go there, you feel like it's still white people with, like, they're just making it a little bit better than slavery, but those people, most of those people that are working in those like expensive hotels are not living good lives. They're in like really, really poor areas of New York, and they're having to, you know, subway into the city and then cater for these assholes that, you know, bitch about giving someone a $5 to $20 tip, who that's like insane for their livelihood, which means nothing to someone from Manhattan, you know. And when I'm there, it's frustrating because I don't have a lot of money, but they think I do. But I still always will be the one tipping, and I give money to the homeless people all the time when I'm there too. I hate when people won't, when you're like, really, you can't give $5 to this person unless you, who cares if they're on drugs? Who are you to judge? You don't know what that person has gone through. So give them $5, you greedy bastard. I mean, it's insane. No, they're like, they're gonna buy drugs or alcohol. Who cares? Why does that $5 mean so much to you when it could mean way more to them? And I don't care what they spend it on. I don't care if they bought poo and ate it. Who cares is not my thing. The universe said just give that person money, and shouldn't be the one questioning. And people always question that. You'll hear it. You'll say, oh no, they'll just, if you ever hear give us a person. No, it doesn't happen all the time. Some people I'm like, fuck them. I ain't getting no money. They're an asshole. You can tell. But there's the people that you know. There's the people that aren't really homeless. They're just there because they don't want to live at home with their parents, you know, and they're ornery. And then there's the people that are homeless, that are like, they probably have mental problems and stuff, and they got other things going on. And in New York, there's a lot of people like that, and you see them, and they are like emaciated, and they're not necessarily even on drugs. They probably have mental problems, some of them. And those people, I always, if I say I'll give them $5, and they're not even asking for it. These are the people that are like, they're just like sitting on the corner, you know, and they're distraught, and you see the light come into their eyes over like $5, and anybody in Manhattan could do that all the time. I'll even give I'll give, if I have a brand new some sort of food, like especially when I was being bulimic, I was like getting a couple things for myself, and I'd be like, man, my greedy self. I would often get rid of half of it on the way back to the hotel because I'd see all these homeless people, and I'd be like, am I really going to go eat and throw this up and not give this to this person? So I was giving him like these nice sandwiches along the way. Like, oh, I wasn't going to eat that, but man, I'm an asshole to. I mean, how are you going to do that? How are you going to like plan to go throw it up when you walked across like 20 people that could have used it on the way? So I often wouldn't make it back to throw up, which was good. But yeah, I mean, it was really a test of like your greed on that one. Like, I'm going to go vomit this. This person's starving. So in New York, I don't know how people can just be like literally trampling over the people that are like have nothing, and they're like coming with their like these people that are like super wealthy, and they're like, oh, they're just gonna buy drugs, as these people go do cocaine every night too. That's the best. So most of the wealthy people in Manhattan are doing cocaine like 24/7 there, and then they judge like some homeless person on the street who probably has a mental problem and maybe did some drugs with probably more mental disorder, like they're probably schizophrenic, and they're like, oh, they're gonna do drugs as they're sniffing cocaine off a hooker's ass, you know. Anyways, for real there, and it's really weird because I don't like that. That's what I really don't like about Manhattan, because I am not one of those people, but when you're at a hotel, they assume you're one of those people, and I don't like to even be associated with the people that like think they're better than someone else because they have more money. Money does not make you a better person. Usually doesn't even make you a better person at all, in the sense of like, honestly, usually money makes someone a bigger asshole because they're like, it's funny how when people with money don't want to share. I don't get that. They're like, well, how do you think I have this much money? Yeah, because you're a greedy asshole and don't share. But you would think when you have money, you'd want to share. I don't get that mentality. But that's what people are like, I have the money because I don't share. Well, good for you. I hope you just enjoy dying on your millions under your mattress while other people starve. I don't get it. I really don't get it. And my family is that way. My grandpa is the meanest, greediest. Well, he's a racist. He's KKK. This is what I was telling you guys about. The one that is still living, of course. The worst of them all. The only one that's living, because only the good die young, right? I had 4 grandparents. 3 of them were pretty nice, kind of. The one was terrible. 3 of them are dead. We got the one left. Dale. Dale is my dad's dad. Meanest guy. He married my grandma when she was 15. This was when that was still allowed. But he made my grandma basically his slave her entire life. She was the one that worked. She was a nurse, and she worked graveyard, and she worked till the day she died. My grandma was a workaholic, probably because she hated her husband. But she also did every single thing. My grandpa has never cleaned anything, has never cooked, has never washed a dish, has never even answered the phone until my grandma died. He said, ladies, or he's one of those chauvinist guys, ladies answer the phone, men don't do anything in the house, not a thing. And when my grandma died, the only thing he does now do once in a while is answer the phone, but every other thing he still doesn't do. He made my aunts come and do it for him. But no one can live with him. He lives in this huge house by himself, and he's really wealthy. He kicked out everybody. He had one of my cousins was living there, and she's got some mental issues that we don't know what's wrong with her, but she's not all there. But no one's ever tested her, and so she's just wacky. My dad's sister's daughter. But my grandpa made her be homeless because he has like he was a builder, so he'd build stuff. So they had a modular home that turned into like a 10-bedroom thing now because he just kept building. He built like an apartment and all this stuff. So he's like ability. It was supposed to be for the grandkids to live in when they went to college and stuff. And so he has about 10 bedrooms, and he collects stuff. He's a collector of like knick-knacky things, like clocks and expensive stuff. But like collectors, and he loves like John Wayne, everything and stuff like that. He goes to garage sales, and he's like an insane collector about stuff. But then he rips off everybody at the garage sale. He says you can never pay what they ask for at a garage sale. You gotta haggle with them. He made me haggle over 25 cents when I was a kid. It's embarrassing. You can't pay 25 cents. Not if they said it was 25 cents. You gotta pay like 10 cents if they say 25 cents. Grandpa, he would not give me the extra like dime. He would make me haggle. If I wanted 25 cents, nope, only gonna be 15 for that. You better get it for 15 cents. It was so embarrassing. And then like we look like assholes. Like, you don't want to pay 25 cents. Nope, only 15. Grandpa can have another dime. You gotta learn how to haggle. So he would anyways, it's embarrassing. You don't haggle over 10 cents. You just look like an asshole at a garage sale. It's ridiculous. My grandpa, and he would leave. Like, it would be like, they're like, well, we're not gonna. He's like, fine. I mean, it was like, he would not budge. He was never gonna pay what they put on that. Even if it was $1.25, he wanted half of whatever they put on a garage sale tag. And he would walk away, even if it was something he wanted. He was fine, because they'd be like, we're not selling that. They thought he would, fine. All right, let's go, kids. Come on. Pile up in the car. These guys are assholes. Won't haggle at a garage sale. Won't let us haggle. They think their prices on there are set in stone. Come on, get in the car. Get your quarters. Yeah, he would literally give us like $1 to go garage sales shopping, and it was like, you better get as much as you can get for $1. But he's an asshole. But anyways, so he has this 10-bedroom house that he wouldn't let my cousin live in. He kicked her out, and she's homeless. She's got like mental problems. I don't know. And I called him about 2 years ago, and I don't really remember why I did. I just did. I called some family members, and even talking to my grandpa, when I got off the phone, I was like shaking. He's such a hateful, nasty man that I remember just even hearing him, like, I don't know, it was like, it made me tremble. My dad hates him. He's not a good guy. No one likes him. And now I think he sits up on the hill. He lives in Washougal, Washington. Washougal. He lives on 5 acres of, 5 acres in Washougal, Washington. But all by himself now, because after my grandma died. But yeah, he worked her to the bone until the day she died. And then now he's got my aunts coming to take care of him, because he still will not cook, will not clean. He answered the phone when I called, but I asked him if he had that's why I called. I asked him if he had my uncle's number. Who my uncle is, like, my dad was not the favorite kid, my uncle was. So my uncle and my grandpa get along, but my dad doesn't get along with his dad. So I actually lived with my uncle for a while, because my dad kicked me out, and I lived with my uncle Chuck. My Uncle Chuck's cool, but he's a truck driver. He owns a trucking company, and so he's gone a lot. So he let me stay at his house. That was the last place I lived before I met Rich, because my dad kept kicking me out, so my uncle let me live at his house. My family's weird. My dad's brother lets me live, because my dad kicks me out because of bulimia, and so it's so stupid. But my uncle's like, oh, come stay at my house. But because he was always out of town on the road for his truck driving business, and his son was in high school, so he's like, you can kind of watch my son, who kind of needs someone around, and then you can stay here and just pay. I had to just pay the utilities, but I did that for a while. But anyways, so I think I was talking about my mom. I don't know how I got talking about my grandpa, but when I called my dad about this, back to my mom's thing, he was able to get me a plane ticket the next day. But I remember, it's such a blur when I went home. But I remember my sister picked me up from the airport in Sacramento, but then my brother Justin, the one who died 2 years after that, I remember he came to the airport too. But it was such a conjumbled thing, like everyone was texting me and stuff, that my sister came, and then we almost missed my brother, like, because like they both came to pick me up from the airport, but I had forgotten he was coming too. And so I was taking off with my sister, and then we happened to run into my brother, and he got us at the airport, and he was like, you guys are leaving? And like, it was just this crazy thing. But we all got together for the last time as a family, because my brother died 2 years after that. So we took like a family photo with on my dad's side of, like, you know, not my mom, she's already gone, but like it was like my dad, my stepmom, my stepbrothers, and he was married. My stepbrother was married. He got married before he died too. He had only been married like 2 years, and then he died. But he loved my mom. So he was, you know, the son from the lady who my dad had an affair with, but he actually liked my mom better than his mom, because my stepmom is a bitch. She doesn't like me. And her and my dad, years when Justin died, literally said they didn't care that my mom died. But then they wanted me to, like, basically lick their ass when Justin died. But he was my brother too, but they were like, we need all the attention kind of thing. Like, they wanted everyone to give them attention after they told me they didn't care when my mom died. and they were like kicking me out of the house because I was being bulimic. They literally said, because I was like, couldn't you cut me some slack since my mom died? And he's like, I don't care your mom died. Like, I don't care at all that your mom died. And I'm like, well, yo, we're married to her for like 13 years, and she's my mother of your children. You'd think you'd maybe have a heart that she killed herself, and it's probably mostly your fault since you're the one that left her and abandoned her and you make her marry some abusive asshole. But anyways, don't care. But then when Justin died, they wanted the whole world to stop for them. And I'm like, oh, now you get to see what it feels like to lose someone who you care about. It's not so fun, is it? And you might not be in the best state of mind, you know what I mean? And so they do all of this drama now, which I hated, where it was like, we have to, on Justin's birthday, celebrate these things. We have to, on every event that could have been associated with Justin, we had to do all of this stuff, which I felt was them trying to make it seem like they were good parents because they had been shitty parents. Because if you actually cared about someone before they died, then you don't need all of these, what do you call it, like everybody to say, oh, you were the one that is in the most pain kind of thing. Like they want to be the one that the most martyrdom, oh, I lost my son. Oh, I mean, I know Sharon is her name. She changed her name to Cher. Sher, not like the singer. Her name was Sharon, and she was a real estate agent, and everyone was calling her Cher, and I guess legally she wanted to be called Cher, so she legally changed her name to Cher. And so Cher, my stepmom, just wanted the world to acknowledge what a wonderful mother she was and how awful it must have been that she lost her son. But the thing is, no one even knew it was her son. That's how wonderful a mother she was. They thought his mother was Taryn, which is funny because her name's Sharon. They thought his mother was Taryn because he ended up going to live with his best friend when he was in high school, when my dad and stepmom moved to Southern California, because we'd all been in Northern California and they moved to Southern California and he didn't want to go. And so they were like, oh, fine, you can just stay with your friend. So he ended up moving in with his friend's family, who they had like this. They were wealthy and they had this mansion. It was like they had like a 10,000 square foot castle. It was literally a castle. They made their house look like a castle. And Justin was a musician, and so was his friend. So they had a band, and they, and they played and stuff. So they loved it, and it was a good thing for him to live with his friend. But my dad and stepmom have always been like loving when the kids were like, they don't really want to be parents. They're like, cool, easy breezy. Yeah, someone else is taking care of the kids. Like my mom took care of us. They took care of Justin, and then Sean, who's autistic, was often in homes. So those two were just kind of like, we don't have to never be parents. We have to do like Gloria gallivanting. And but then when Justin died, they wanted everyone to be like, oh, you guys are so good. And I'm like, sorry, if you're shitty parents, when your kid dies, it's going to be obvious if you were good parents or not. It's not going to be like, now, wait, guys, I'm a good parent. If you were a good parent, we wouldn't be questioning who his parents are. No one even knows who his mother is. They think his mother is Taryn. So she was arguing at his funeral that she was his mother. They're like, no, his mom's Taryn. No, his mom's name is Sharon. Taryn is not his mom. They're like, no, his mom's Taryn. No, Justin's mom's Taryn. Because everyone thought his mom was the other lady. Because he'd been living with them for like 5 years or something at this point. And Cher's like, no, it's not. Like at the funeral, demanding this is her son. I'm like, kind of an indicator of what kind of parent you are if you at the funeral of your child have to tell people you're a parent. So they're just demanding, and the whole time we're there, we're staying at the people's house who Justin had been living with all those years, and he ended up marrying a girl who was best friends with one of the sisters, and then so he was so connected with this family. So by the time we go to the funeral, no one even knows who we are. Like, who are you guys? Oh, you're oh, and I'm step, so it's also like, they're like, oh. So these girls are the other sisters from this other family. Everyone thinks that's his sisters, and I'm not even full blood, so I had like nothing. No one thought I was anything, even though I grew up with this guy my entire life. I've known him since I'm 4-year-old with my brother, but I'm like, who are you? We don't know who you are at all. And I didn't care. I didn't try to be known, but of course, my stepmom and dad had to get up and give their speeches at the funeral so everyone knew who they were, even though it was pretty embarrassing to be like, I'm Justin's mother, and people go like, oh, really? I didn't know that. Yes, apparently y'all didn't know that. You never met me before, but I'm his mother. All of his friends don't even know who I am, but let me let you. I'm like, you're embarrassing yourself. Like, you shouldn't have to be, but she literally was like wanting all these accolades. And I'm like, all right. So, and she then also had to be like the show off of like, I'll pay for all of the food and all of the flowers and for his cremation and all this stuff. I was like, well, you should. you know? But it was like just this huge thing of like, I'm like, this is disgusting to me. So like when I saw that, I lost all respect for the little bit of respect I had for them was gone then. Because I'm like, how disgusting. And when people die, what comes out from the family can be so disgusting, especially if there's an argument of any sort of things that are left over. So luckily in my family, no one had anything except for the only thing that was an argument was Justin's guitar. And to this day, I wish that guitar could go to Richard because he's the only one that knows how to play it. And Justin would have loved that. But instead, Sharon took it and it sits in like probably a glass case because they made a shrine for Justin. They made a whole bedroom shrine for him. I mean, they're weird. And so this guitar sits as if he's a god and is never used. And because Justin went to the Musicians Institute in Hollywood. He got a full ride scholarship. He was really, really good. They bought him this Gibson guitar that my dad and stepmom got it for him. That's why they wanted it back. We bought it. We got it. They literally had a huge argument with his wife. After he died, she's going through all this, like her husband just died, and they're getting this huge argument over this guitar. So tacky and so classless and just like so disrespectful to like demand this guitar. I mean, I remember my stepmom incessantly calling his wife about this guitar, and it took about 6 months to get it, which would be pretty valid after your husband just really out of the blue died. I mean, there was no warning. It was a fluke motorcycle accident. They were planning for kids. They just got married 2 years earlier. He was 26 years old. He goes for a Saturday ride with his friends, and he's dead. And it was the helmet that killed him. It was not anything. It was a totally normal fall. He should have lived, but just the way he landed, the helmet snapped his neck immediately. So when he laid down his bike, it should have survived because the fall was not hard, but for some reason, the way it caught him, it just immediately snapped his neck. And so it was tragic that his safety should have been his safety, precaution thing, was what actually killed him. So if he wasn't wearing a helmet, he would have lived that accident, but the helmet killed him, so. And that's why we call it a fluke accident. And it's crazy because when we saw his bike and everything, there's like no damage to the bike. It was like nothing. It was a nothing accident. And everyone was shocked he was dead because his friends were behind him. He lay down. I mean, he should have been fine. It was not. And he was he wore full gear, like he was very serious about his mind. Like he had the leather and everything. So he would have been totally fine. So I got that call when I was in the car. That one was really surprising because, like I said, my mom, I never thought she committed suicide, but we were a little bit, I knew that she was suicidal, but Justin's was really, really shocking. And that was 2 years after my mom, 3 years. I think 2.5 is, I think why I say 2. 2.5, I think, because it was my mom's, because my mom died November 2005 and Justin died June 2008. So my mom is November 18, 2005, and Justin is June 14, 2008. So I got my DUI July 11th, 2008. So like 1 month after my brother died. What happened, I had been drinking. My family are big drinkers, and I learned how to drink in the military. When I went in the military, I was a virgin. I had never tried alcohol. I had never tried a drug. I had never tried weed. I had never smoked a cigarette. I had never done anything. I was like straight A student, like perfect at everything, like the only issue I had was eating disorders. That was my thing. I had eating disorders, but more anorexia than I hadn't even really started bulimia. I was doing laxatives a bit, but not bulimia. Bulimia, I didn't really get into, like I said, until my mom died. I dabbled with it a little bit, but very rarely. But once my mom died, it was my coping mechanism. So it became like full on. But in a short amount of time, because I was working 2 jobs. So it was still just, my bulimia was still just focused like at the end of the day. So all day I wouldn't eat, I would work, I would starve myself all day, and then I would binge at night. But later in life, bulimia became like an all-day thing, where I was even able to do it at work, so I could go to work and still be bulimic, I could like go to the bathroom and throw up like that. So it became where it wasn't even focused into a certain part of the day, it was an all-day thing, and that's when it gets really bad for people because it takes over. And it's just, if you're not busy, you're eating, Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. You're right. Yep, you're right, Peggy. Peggy is saying I need to take a break, and that is exactly right. So I got Peggy and Lenny's messages here now. So both you guys, we got them here on this phone. And ladies, if you're hearing of some topics that people want to know about, message me, because I want to know, and I also want to know something. If like, seriously, be honest, like input, like if you're like, Joy, stop doing this, like be honest, you're not gonna offend me. I'm not offended easily. I don't know if you can tell that. And seriously, I can take criticism. You can seriously be like, stop talking about this, no one likes that, and that's helpful for me, because the other thing is, I don't really know what anybody likes, because I'm bad at reading the comments, unless I see like there's people in here, but that's not always a good gauge. But also, so if you guys heart or do your little things, that's super helpful. Because sometimes I'll be like, oh, people like that, I see some hearts. But that's about the only feedback I'm getting. So I want to get some feedback from Lenny and Peggy a little bit more, because they're more on the forefront here of actually reading everybody's stuff, because they're actually reading like all the comments. So I want you guys to go to them too if you have something, because let me know things, especially when it comes to nutrition. If you guys want to hear more about that, love that. If you want to hear about my past, love that too. I love talking about those things. I prefer talking about those rather than Gloria, to be honest, because Gloria is a negativity thing, I don't want to be. But it's just been such a focal point because Gloria is so connected with Annette. But I prefer to talk about, my favorite thing to talk about is nutrition. Like, I love talking nutrition because, well, first, I had a lifetime of eating struggles. And so I know what it's like to be in that constant struggle, and what I want, my dream would be for my people, at least you guys on here, because everybody can't, because like I said, there's really not enough protein and good food and organics for everybody to live off. But what I would love is if all my people were getting like their healthiest, because you will feel so much better the less sugary processed foods you're eating, and less caffeine too. But I don't ever want to impose on anybody, but the more, like, I hope that you guys like will see, because I'm telling you, I've had both sides, and when you're on that, I like to call it the sugar wheel, you're always hungry. What you think is hungry, it's really just sugar cravings, and you're always thinking about food. It's just, even though I might be talking about food, so you think it, but I don't, as you guys see, I forget to eat, because when you're on protein, well, for one thing, you're pretty full most of the time, because protein is so satisfying. Like, I'm actually pretty full, that's why because I ate pretty late last night because I was blogging, so I want to say it was close to midnight I made my final pound of meat. And so I went to bed with just a full stomach, woken up feeling still full, because I ate a full pound of beef before, I think it was around midnight. And when you're on this diet, it doesn't even matter if you eat late at night, because it's not one of those things where you have to worry that you're going to like gain all this weight, because when you're on the protein, there isn't that extra sugar to store. So you're just going to be continually digesting your meat is all you're going to do at night. And you can digest that while you sleep. But what happens with sugar is it goes straight into your bloodstream. So there is no digesting, so it just gets stored as fat. Most sugar things. So Sorry, I keep saying but like Peggy said, I need to get off here soon, because when I start saying and really lose my train of thought is when I'm getting tired, and I do need a break, and she's exactly right. See, But I just wanted to go over that. I want to know what everybody wants to hear, because I don't want to be on here just annoying everybody, talking about stuff nobody wants. So I want honesty from you guys to Peggy and Lenny, and then Peggy and Lenny honesty to me. I will not be offended. Like, say, this has got to stop. And I get the incessant talking. I need to start reading more, slowing down. I'm getting better. What happens, I get really excited about things, especially when this was new. So I'll start getting a little more manageable of reading things, slowing down. Yeah. Definitely, Lenny. I think you should. I think anybody that feels comfortable to blog should, because it's extremely therapeutic. And even if you have no one in your room at first, I did that early on, which is sometimes kind of great, because you can just pretend that there is, but also knowing that there's not anyone there is also very freeing too, because you just open, but it's almost like a diary to yourself. You can just start openly talking, pretend there's people in there if you want to pretend, if that's helpful to you, or be like, no, good, there's no one in here, so I don't feel embarrassed. But that's how I started, and there was no one in my rooms, and like, you'd be like, one person pop up maybe once in a while, but then they usually get bored and leave, and you're like, oh, that's how interesting I was, on these lives. But it just try not to focus on the number of people, because that's what gets most people from getting frustrated. And I just started to realize it didn't matter, and I went many years on different social media platforms of never having views, because I was always pretty controversial. So it'd be like, you'd start to get a little traction, and they shut me down, and then I'll be like one view on something, so I'd get 0 views. I didn't know that was an ability to get 0 views until I got them. Like, I didn't know a video could just remain on 0 views, I was like, thinking one view would come through so randomly. Like, this was like on Twitter, or even sometimes on YouTube. Because if you don't get any circulation, you can get 0 views. And if you don't have a popular enough, channel, someone might never come to your channel, and then YouTube's not circulated, or X, or whichever one you're on. But try not to ever let that be a hindrance, because the only way you get people is by starting, But also, the people can be in the beginning, like if you don't have a monitor, you can receive all hate. So you might want to, if anything, tune out the comments at first, and just get it there, just start talking about stuff, and it will help you. Like, you guys are helping me. Like, that's why I'm obsessed with it right now, and I probably always will be obsessed, because I do enjoy talking, but especially early on, you're just like, oh my gosh, this is fun to just get out there, and it's therapeutic for you to be able to express yourself to people that they may love you or not. But it's like new, what do you always say, new perspective from other people, whereas, I'm only getting it from the people around me. You guys are giving us new thoughts, new inputs, new ideas, and also just like saying, hey, you're okay this way, or like, hey, maybe the pancakes was too much, and like, I knew it wasn't cool to throw pancakes at an old lady, but in that moment, I was making a point, but I honestly was a little bit surprised at how much it affected other people. So then I thought, whoa, which was maybe good for me to realize maybe that was too harsh with the pancakes. I was laughing at the thing yesterday. I do feel bad about it. Richard said in the blog, oh, I don't think she feels bad. I'm like, thanks a lot, because in the Gloria one, Gloria's like, oh, I don't want Joy to feel bad. I do feel bad. I mean, I've always felt bad when I've yelled at her, like immediately after. It's only been a couple of times, like I said, ever, and I felt bad. But I didn't necessarily regret what I said, but I felt bad that I had to say it. And you say, well, you didn't have to say it, but sometimes I did have to. Sometimes some of the things of why it's better is I did have to a couple times say things. And each time it does get a little bit better, but I may have sometimes gone too far, and I don't want to hurt people's feelings. And it was never my intention to hurt Gloria's feelings. And I know some of the things I said were super hurtful, but I was saying them because she really puts this wall up. And sometimes when someone puts such a wall, you keep like what happens with her, why we get frustrated is it doesn't start in an argument like that. It starts with are very calm and say something. But Gloria, as you see, puts up walls and puts up barriers and is always, I don't remember, I don't know, or lies. So it becomes, you get more and more frustrated as you're communicating with her when you're already upset. So when you guys are seeing a video, this has been like maybe all morning we were having a discussion that's finally like, we're so frustrated because what will happen is you think Gloria gets you, you think maybe you're on the same page, and then you realize you're not even near because she'll say something and you're like, oh my gosh, we're back to square one. And that's when I just lose it sometimes, and I won't do it again. I've already decided after the last time, because literally the last time was with that macaroni and cheese, which the last time was both the times. It's really been like 2 times, maybe 3, but not significant enough for the third. There was no like there's only times that were significant enough was the pancakes, and then the other day when I was younger about the macaroni and cheese and mopping the floor. This was about a week or 2 ago. When she made macaroni and cheese at 8 a.m. after I threw it out the night before, and then I threw out another 2 batches of macaroni and cheese. Because she insists on making it at 8 a.m. She's never up at 8 a.m. Made macaroni and cheese, 2 batches, which she bakes. It's really gross the way she makes macaroni and cheese. If it was nice macaroni and cheese, maybe that would have been, but I mean, it's only Annette that's gonna maybe eat a bite, and she doesn't like macaroni and cheese that much. So what she does is she takes Kraft macaroni and cheese, and then she bakes it and puts extra cheese on top. So, but like, I remember my stepmom used to make like homemade macaroni and cheese where she'd bake it. That kind of tasted good, but it was like homemade. This is just like Kraft that's baked. Hold on, baby. There you go. Hi, sweetheart. Yeah, come on out for a second. Come. Here's something real quick. Say hi, everybody. They've been missing you. They've been asking about you all day. All day. So where's that? Where's that? Ever since your blog. Oh, thank you. Yeah, they loved your blog this morning.
Oh, there.
There you go. She's really grumpy today. I don't know, the last 2 days. I'm getting worried. I don't know why was she grumpy during the blog, you guys? You know, it's funny because mac and cheese is supposed to be like comfort food. I don't like it. I don't like it. Why do I tell so much? Because I feel like it could help other people. Because I've gone through a lot of struggle in my life, and I've learned a lot, and I've actually been to a lot of counseling and stuff, and so I feel like sometimes I could help other people that have gone through struggles that, not that I know it all, but just I've been through a lot, you know, and if I could make anyone else's journey easier of just, especially with the diet, that would be helpful, because if I had someone telling me some of these things, it would have been helpful early on. Oh, now it's cuddle time. You might be cuddle time. Yeah, there he is. Nope, still playtime. Still playtime. But I also feel like so many people are so worried about telling people stuff, and I think the more people are open about their lives, then we realize we're all very similar. And I mean, not like you guys don't have live in bed bug infested, but I'm just saying in the psyche similar, you know, like we all deal with the same things of, you know, needing love, feeling abandoned, feeling, you know, whatever thing, feeling lost, feeling whatever, sorrow, whatever the thing is, feeling happiness. It's human emotion, and people often, especially in society, we're kind of told to not show emotion, especially if you're doing a normal job. I mean, they'll be like, you know, you can't be talking about, you know, your hard things that are going on at home. You got to go to work and put on your happy face. Yeah, also social media blogging is a really great way to make people not feel alone. Because I used to watch people that blogged, and I loved it because you honestly feel like it's your friend, because you probably learn more about people on social media than you do most of your friends. And so you really connect with people on such a deep level on social media, where like I wouldn't even be telling, like if I had a friend, we don't really have friends because I don't know, I've always just kind of like hung out with the people that I'm with, like if I had a boyfriend, I always hung out with my boyfriend. Since I've been married, I've always just hung out with my husband. I'm not one to have like a lot of friends, and when I was young, my mom was primarily my best friend. I mean, I had friends, but I've never been a big like friend person. Not that I can't have friends. I'm just like I'm one of those, like if I have one solid person in my life, that's all I need. Like, and I just stick with that person. Like me and Rich was just me and Rich until we came here. It's always just been us, like everywhere. That's why we've moved so much. I mean, it was just us. We don't have friends. We just hang out together and do everything together. And we didn't have kids or friends, so. But so we always went to social media. So we used to watch. We actually used to watch Brie Olson on Periscope. She would be on there like every minute of the day. She'd blog 24/7, and she'd blog in her car, blog everywhere, you know. And so we would just turn her on and watch her all day long, and we felt so connected to her. I remember. I don't know if you guys know who she is. She was the girl. She was an ex-porn star, but she also was the Charlie Sheen girl. She was one of Charlie Sheen's like angels. But she was on Periscope, and we didn't know much about her till we found her on Periscope, and then we just found her interesting because she was just showing her whole life, and this is many, many years ago. And we sat there and we watched her every single day for about 2 years. And unfortunately, it was really sad because Periscope was new then, and they were getting into figuring out if they were going to pay people. And she was one of the top people. It was her and one other guy were like the top people on Periscope, and they wouldn't pay her because she had been a sex worker. So it was unfortunate because she spent like countless hours creating like this fan base, and then they never monetized her account and stuff, which was pretty shitty. I felt bad for her. Because they're like, oh, and she, you know, was no longer a porn star when she was on there. She had retired, but yeah, so that was kind of unfortunate. I felt that was kind of mean, but so she now I think has her own website or something, but I don't know. Yeah, we watched her for years. It was funny, but she was an interesting character. But it was just neat because you just liked that, like you could have someone talking that was right now. That's not a famous person per se. I mean, she was kind of famous. She was porn star. I'm not famous, so and you get to kind of just like, I don't know, I just like it. I like it that you get to hang out with people at home. That makes sense? Like, you don't have to go anywhere. I mean, I wish I could see you guys once in a while. That's why it'd be cool if you guys blog, let me know, because I'd like to see some of you guys, because I only see your names and your comments, and I barely read the comments, so bad. But so if you guys do a blog, let me know for sure, and let everybody know in here, and we'll come check you out. But there really is no rhyme or reason to like how you do it. Like, so just go do it. Just start talking, and you'll feel better. And who cares if people like it or not if you're doing it for your therapy, you know? Especially if you're doing it because you want to talk about something that's pressing with you, then don't worry about what other people are going to say. Because if you worry, social media can be really bad. A lot of people get distracted and upset on social media because the haters can be overwhelming. That's why we love Peggy and Lenny. Great lady, hard work here. And we got to let them have a break again because our ladies don't get any sleep and their fingers have calluses. And they have lives, they have children, they have other responsibilities. So thank you guys. We'll jump off here. I'll come back on. I don't know when. I'll probably start maybe texting Lenny and Peggy before I come on, so they can have a little heads up and let me know what people want to talk about. So that's probably what we'll do. That's what we will do. All right, everybody. We'll catch you later. I don't know when it's gonna be. Maybe. When I jump off here, I know you guys are able to chat for a little bit. Let Peggy and Lenny know what you guys want to hear about in the next blog. And then if they let me know, then I'll talk about that in the next blog, which I don't know when it's going to be. I've already showered, but I don't know what I have to do today. I don't know if I have to go grocery shopping. I have to go do my rounds and check. But we'll catch y'all later. Cool. I like the things in other languages. I wish I knew other languages. I wish I knew more languages than English. I hate that I only know English. I know a little bit of Spanish. But I get so jealous of people that know multiple languages. I'm like, you're so cool. It's so cool. Like, you're so cool because it's such a, like, it's so amazing that, like, you could go all over the world and talk to people and understand. Like, why can't we all do that? I just wish that we could. Oh, you don't chat anymore. All right. Oh, you guys don't chat. Okay, then right now I'll get your things out. Or well, they probably already kind of know. If you guys have any ideas of what I should talk about, or if you don't, that's fine too. But if anything comes to mind, if you guys let me know. But I will talk more about if you want to hear more about my mom and stuff too. I know sometimes I distract myself on that one because I started to get too emotional. You guys see, I still tear up when I think back at those times. So sometimes I reset because I don't want to like start bawling on the thing. But I'm definitely able to talk about it, and I like talking about it because well, I don't know. It's good because it's one of those things, if I'm not talking about it, I shut it out. So it's good once in a while to have it be talked about for my own psyche. Because like I said, when I shut it out, then sometimes it'll come out of nowhere. Like when I go to New York, I'm like overwhelmed with emotion. Like I said, so after, one more thing. When she first died, after that, oh, you're so sweet. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, my mother's so sweet here. But after she died, I didn't cry for a while. Like after I had that emotional life, I shut down for a while, and like I didn't cry for, I want to say it was about a good year. Like I didn't really cry. It was like I would just be like shut down, and then I for many years would not think about it, because if I thought about it, I would just. So now it's been so many years, because it's almost been, my mom has almost been dead as long as she's been alive for my life. Because it was 20 years that she was alive, and now it's been 19 that she's been dead. So next year, I'm going to have known her as long as she's been dead, which will be strange. So it's been a while now. But people are always like, shouldn't you be over it? But I'm like, you never get over your mom dying. And especially when it's something like that. Like, it's not like I'm like so fragile that, but it's just one of those things. I still don't have a mom. And I don't have one at all, because I have this one. It's my stepmom. And so I went from like having a mom that doted on me to the nth level to like nothing. And it just happened like that. And that's what was hard. Because that's why I shut down, because I would go to my mom for things, and once she was gone, I didn't go for anybody. Like, I was like, forget it. Because I remember for many years still wanting to like call her when something would happen. Like I'd be like, I'm gonna, and then I would be like, I would. So that's when I started hating the phone, because I would go to grab my phone to call my mom, and then I'd forget, and then I wouldn't want to call anybody. So, but it does get easier, but harder in different ways, because then you get to the things where you go, your mom missed your wedding, do you want to have children without your mom, so that's probably why I didn't have kids too, because my mom really wanted to be a grandma. My sister finally had a kid just like 2 years ago, and she's older than me, so we both we got stunted with that, because my mom really wanted to be a grandma, like really, really wanted to be, and she would have been. My sister has one kid now named Mason. Little cutie. He was born March 8th, 2020, which was such a bad time to be born. Right, COVID. But yeah, I'm happy for my sister that she has a boy, because I probably won't have a child. And I'm happy for her, because me and my sister, she's always been very competitive with me, and I've kind of always wanted everything. I didn't mean to, but I'm like an overachiever. So like I got married first, and I was gonna have a baby first and everything, but then I decided not to have a baby. So I'm glad got to have the baby, because otherwise it's like I've always was. My sister kind of just, she was older, but she went to college and stuff, but then she went to college for a long time. Took her forever because she was a partier. But now she's like a super square, so we like switched. I was like the super square, and then I started partying later in life, and she was the partier in high school and then became the super square. Now she's a Montessori teacher and lives in Idaho and has one son and two stepsons. So, but anyways, I'm gonna jump off here. Thank you, Peggy and Lenny, and we'll catch you all later. Thanks, guys. This is a great blog.